a law that is passed every year that lets the military continue to operate. And it is a common technique for legislators to try to sort of like attach things to the NDAA because not passing the NDAA is kind of a big deal politically, so they try to like slide things in. Now I'll put a link to this bill in the video description, but basically you're looking for page 138, this subsection here, which I'll summarize for you. If a national security agency does not perform an audit of DJI and conclude that DJI is not a threat to national security, then DJI will be added to the covered entities list. What is the covered entities list? The covered entities list is a list of companies that the US government thinks are like a threat to national security. They're typically Chinese companies or other hostile nations. And when you're on the covered entities list, one of the effects is that you cannot get FCC licenses for your gear. And since basically all DJI equipment has Wi-Fi and other radios in it that needs an FCC license, that would basically prevent the importation and sale of future DJI products. Theoretically, products that already had an FCC license would continue to be allowed to be sold, although put a pin in that. We'll come back to that later. The way that they crafted this bill was really clever, and in my opinion, was designed from the start to ensure that DJI would get banned. And I've been saying, basically ever since I learned about this, that the fix was in and the outcome was inevitable. All of the potential national security agencies who could make this determination, number one, why would they spend a huge amount of time and money and resources performing the audit? And then, if they did perform the audit, why would they put their reputation on the line to say DJI is not a threat to national security? We concluded it. Can you imagine the outrage from the public if the FBI or the NSA said, well, we've looked at it and they're safe? Nobody's going to do that. They're all just going to put their heads down, wait for the clock to run out, and DJI will get banned. And that's what I've been saying will happen from the beginning, and that is definitely what's going to happen because we see that it gets even worse today. Just recently, the FCC voted to give itself the power to retroactively remove the licenses for DJI devices that have already been approved. So now the situation you've been hearing about, which is, well, we can't import any more DJI devices, but at least we can still keep legally using the stuff we already have. Why would they have given themselves this power if they didn't intend to do it? The intent is clear. The federal government, no one is going to perform this audit. On December, 24th, I think it's the day before Christmas, DJI will go on the entities list. And then presumably, immediately after that, the FCC will pull the certificates for all of their existing stuff, and it will be illegal to use DJI equipment in the United States, and no new equipment will be imported. What does this mean for you? What does this mean for you? Your existing DJI stuff will not suddenly stop working. For that to happen, no, number one, DJI would have to comply. DJI would have to participate, right? They would have to somehow brick your stuff and convince you that you needed to connect to the internet to let them brick it. And especially for FPV pilots, like your air unit never needs to touch the internet ever again. So even if DJI were to decide to do that, FPV pilots would probably be fine. But you might have to not update the firmware on your stuff ever again. But I don't think DJI is ever going to do that because DJI's best interests seem to lie in keeping the public on their side. And if they do that, it'll just piss the public off, and then the public and the politicians will hate them. And right now, the public likes DJI, well, to some degree, people use it too, and the politicians don't, so the public is mad at the politicians. I think DJI would want to keep that status quo. So there's no reason to believe that your DJI gear will stop working. There's no reason to believe that you will be unable to get firmware updates or other things. You will not be able to get support from DJI. We've already seen cases where people who mailed their drones off for DJI refresh, their drones were not able to get back in the country because even though this was not a new purchase, even though this was a licensed product that should have been allowed to be imported, Customs was just like, nope, we're not letting it in, and Customs stopped. And then DJI stopped selling DJI refresh into the United States because they weren't able to service the drone. So basically your DJI equipment currently exists and is usable, and even if they pull the FCC certificates, it will continue to be usable, although it won't be legal for you to use it. Somebody asked on my live stream whether if they pull the FCC certificates, would it still be usable if you have a ham license? And I'm not so sure about that. My gut tells me that there's some other reason why they would not be legal to use under a Part 97 ham license, but I'm not actually sure about that. If you know the answer, put it down in the comments. The other small glimmer of hope, perhaps, is I think it is more likely that FPV-related products like the DJI Air unit will be able to get in, and things like DJI cameras, the DJI Osmo, the DJI drones like the Mavic and so forth, that those will probably not be able to be imported, at least not through official means. Will there be a gray market or a black market? Sure, somebody's going to go to Canada or go to Mexico, buy a drone and bring it in. And even if there were some region locking on the activation, you could just use a VPN to get around that. If you are able to get DJI drones, it seems like the price will go way up. And it seems like there's going to be potentially a lot more complexity with getting even stuff like DJI Air units. The thing I think is most likely to be easily imported will be bind and fly drones with DJI in them, if you wanted to buy such a thing. Those, because that's a Flywoo drone. Customs, what does Customs know about that there's a DJI Air unit in it? Seems like those will sneak through. We've already seen it be increasingly difficult to get O4 Air units, and I don't really know the reason why. Just recently, there were a batch of O4s that showed up at FPV retailers like Get FPV, Race Day Quads, Rotor Riot, and others, and they sold out in like 20 minutes. Every single one of them just completely sold out. Maybe that process will continue and people will still be able to get O4s, but I certainly, if I was a DJI customer right now, I would be like, I'm not saying sell all your DJI gear and jump ship, because frankly, it will only become more valuable in the future as it becomes harder to get. But if I were starting from scratch, I probably would not buy DJI right now because of uncertainty about how hard or easy it will be to actually get that stuff going forward. So, what should you get? I don't know. Analog, walk snail, or HD0 are kind of your choices. But if you're in the United States, it feels like DJI is cooked. Guys, DJI is cooked. The new Betaflight has just entered release candidate. That means that before too long, we are going to have an official released new version of Betaflight, and those of us who want to try the new cool features in this new version of Betaflight aren't going to have to take chances on downloading and installing a pre-release version that might have bugs. Who knows? Nope, Betaflight 4.6 is in release candidate, and that means it's time to take a look at what's changed. I'm Joshua Bardwell, and you're going to learn something today. The first thing you need to know about this new version of Betaflight is that it is not Betaflight 4.6.0. You've been hearing about Betaflight 4.6.0 for a long time. It's been a little while since the last release of Betaflight. You've been hearing about 4.6.0 for a long time because it's got some really exciting new features. Betaflight 4.6 is now called Betaflight 2025-12.0 RC2. Sorry, I was trying to highlight there instead of click and drag. Betaflight 25.12 is the shorthand for it. And basically, what the Betaflight developers have done is they have changed the naming of the version numbers. Instead of Betaflight 4.6, it is tied to the date. And the other thing that they've done is that the version number of the configurator is going to match the version number of the firmware that came out. This is really nice because, like, in order to use Betaflight 4.6, you needed configurator 11.0. That makes no, you just have to like know that information. It's so confusing. Now they're matching. They're going to release a new version of the configurator and a new version of the firmware at the same time, and the version number will be tied to the date. In this case, 2025.12.0. 25.12.0 is the shorthand. That is December 2025 is when it will be released. I hope they don't run into any problems in the release candidate stage and find themselves unable to release it on time. I don't know what they would do in that case. And I think the target is that they will be shooting for releases on a semi-regular schedule, whatever that ends up being, and we will now refer to Betaflight as Betaflight 25.12, Betaflight 26.6, and so on. And if you hear that stuff, number one, don't be confused. It's the same Betaflight that it always was, 4.5, 4.6, 4.7. We've just changed the numbering. And the other thing is, don't get confused if you see it go from 25.12 to 26.6. You didn't miss anything. It just is there was 6 months between the releases, and that's how it's going to be going forward. The number one thing I think people are going to be excited about is the new position hold and altitude hold functionality. These are functions that Betaflight traditionally has not had. Betaflight has been very, very focused on acro flying, performance, racing, freestyle, and left all that autonomous stuff to iNav and ArduPilot. But mean, it's an open source project. People have expressed some interest in expanding that direction. And frankly, Betaflight 4.6 pause hold and altitude hold and return to home has also been improved, are pretty freaking good. Not as good or full featured as something like iNav or ArduPilot, but certainly way, way better than Betaflight pilots have ever expected to get access to. If you want a full setup guide for Betaflight 4.6 pause hold and altitude hold, I've made one and I'll link it in the video description below. You can go check that out. As a reminder, if you decide to flash the release candidate and try it out, you do need to use the compatible version of Betaflight Configurator. So if you have Betaflight Configurator installed on your computer, here is Betaflight Configurator 10.10.0, which is the last release version of the configurator that will not work with Betaflight firmware 25.12. What you'll need to do is go to app.betaflight.com, which is the online web-based configurator, and that is always the latest version, even if the latest version hasn't been released yet. So you see here, it reads 2025.12.0 RC2. So that's the latest version of the configurator and can be used with Betaflight 2025.12.0 RC2. So nice that they've harmonized those version numbers so they match. So let's take a look at this new firmware's release notes and find out what kind of new stuff it has brought to the table. And I want to acknowledge that there are a ton of small new features all over the place, and we won't be going through all of them, although you certainly can. I'll put a link to this release here down in the video description below, and you can go check out as many of these as you feel like. I've gone through, though, and I've picked some of the ones that I think are the most interesting. And the most interesting ones are right here at the top. Fixed wing enhancements. Ivan Efimov, also known as Limon, has been adding a whole bunch of support for fixed wing aircraft into Betaflight. This is something that Betaflight has always technically had the ability to do, but it was so bad at it that nobody, I'm not going to say nobody, but basically you would always choose something else like iNav or ArduPilot if you wanted to use a fixed-wing aircraft. Now, Betaflight is decent at flying a fixed-wing aircraft, mostly for acro. It does have PID tuning and stabilization, but it doesn't have a lot of the sophistication of stuff that is really focused and core competency at fixed wing and autonomous flight like iNav and ArduPilot. It's still pretty good if you want to do a very simple fixed wing aircraft with basic functionality. One of the things that has been added is new PID tuning and PID terms specifically focused on fixed wing aircraft. For example, Betaflight will reduce the PIDs as the aircraft moves faster and faster. This is something, so the faster the aircraft is going, the harder the wind is pushing on the control surfaces. And so if you have a PID tune that is correct when the aircraft is moving very slowly and the PID tune has to be like high gains and an aggressive PID tune, then when you start moving super fast, it'll be overtuned and you'll get jittery, wobbly control surfaces and bad results. The coolest thing about this is that the flight controller estimates the aircraft speed even if it doesn't have a GPS. How does it do that? I mean, obviously, if it has a GPS, then it could just know the speed of the aircraft. But a lot of times you don't have a GPS, and somehow, I assume using the accelerometer, if you think about it, if you know about your acceleration, you can estimate your speed. I assume maybe it takes throttle position into, I don't know how he did it, but it estimates the aircraft speed and attenuates the PIDs as the aircraft speeds up. And for aircraft that will go very slowly, but then also very, very fast, this makes a big difference in how they fly. There are some other things in there that I don't really have a lot of a commentary on because I'm not a massive fixed-wing pilot, but if you do fly fixed wings and you've wanted to try something else, Betaflight is now there for you. A lot of the changes in Betaflight 25 are kind of low-level stuff, like adding support for new gyros, new flash memory chips, and the Caddx camera gimbal. Okay, adding support for, you can run Betaflight on a Raspberry Pi Pico now. Okay, a lot of that stuff is kind of in the weeds. But there are a few other changes that I think stand out as very worthy of mention. One of them is the improvement to turtle mode. So if you ever had the problem where you go to turtle and you hit the stick and your quad, instead of going, it goes, and it flips over too many times, right? So then you try and do it very gently and it doesn't flip over at all. So then you do it a little harder and it kind of goes, and then you do it harder and it goes, and you just can't quite get it to flip the exact right amount to just go and flip over. Well, the new turtle and crash flip mode tries to fix that. Basically, what it does is it detects using the accelerometer when the craft has flipped over, and then it manually attenuates the motors to slow them down and just let you settle perfectly. So first of all, this is off by default. By default, everything works as it was. So if you want to try this out, you will need to turn it on. And you're going to do that through the CLI parameter set crash flip underscore rate and some number. The exact number depends on how powerful the aircraft is. A very powerful drone like a race quad that tends to overflip a lot, or a drone that is very compact. So like obviously if it's powerful, but if it's also very big and wide, it's not going to flip as easily, whereas a very compact racing drone tends to flip a lot. You'll use a lower number like 15, 25 to 30 for a freestyle quad that sometimes overflips, 100 or higher for a whoop, which is much less prone to flipping because its motors are weak, and 0, which disables it if you just want it to be like it was and you do it manually, or if you have low authority builds that are not as prone to double flipping. You do need the accelerometer for this to work. This works by detecting when the aircraft has moved a certain amount and whether the aircraft is right side up. So obviously if they don't know that the aircraft is right side up, then it can't attenuate the motors appropriately. Even if you're not using the accelerometer though, the aircraft can still use the gyro to prevent the aircraft from rotating too fast and over-rotating. The other change to turtle mode in Betaflight 25.12 is that you no longer have to disarm and rearm after using turtle mode. So the way that it normally works is you disarm, you enable turtle mode, you rearm, you turtle, you disable turtle mode, you disarm, you rearm, and you fly away. Now, as soon as you disable turtle mode, if the switch is still in the arm switch, you will just immediately be armed and not in turtle mode, and you can just take off and fly away. That's going to save some switches. Is it going to cause any safety issues? I mean, as soon as you flip out of turtle mode, the quad just immediately arms and the motors begin spinning. Presumably, that's what you want. I guess if you really care, you could disarm and then turn turtle mode off, but you need to know that that is going to be the new behavior. You might not expect as soon as you flip out of turtle mode for the quad to immediately be armed. You know, it doesn't make sense to just talk about these things and not try them out. So let's go ahead and put Betaflight 25.12 on this hot-powered racing drone and try out the new turtle mode, as well as any of the other features that pop up. But I want to see how this turtle mode thing works. So first thing I'm going to do is I will start my online version of the Betaflight Configurator app, 2025.12.0, and plug in our drone. USB device, got it. And
you what's happening in ETFs like.
And we'll discuss the role of private markets in financing it. We'll bring you that and much more on this special coverage of women, money and power.
I think we are in such an incredibly exciting moment with AI. It is really the most profound technology of our lifetimes. And I think it has the potential to help us rethink literally everything.
The number of companies who are staying private or going private and company formation in the private land is also increasing.
There are 40% fewer public companies today than there were 20 years ago. So what's driving that?
That notion of just buy the S&P 500, if you own that for the last couple of years, you would have been just fine. It's all about making sure that portfolios are very diversified because it is difficult to price in the uncertainty and volatility.
The disconnect between geopolitics and the markets, and it's very striking to see that. And even this morning, whatever happens, the stock market keeps going worldwide.
I do think government working in partnership with the private sector is actually making the right moves. We put a lot of pressure on them and they respond.
If you don't have scale, your ability to train your AI models, you're going to be left behind. And data is very expensive. We know because we buy it from places like Bloomberg. The chatter around the future of artificial intelligence has hit fever pitch this year. It raises questions around how the technology will reimagine jobs, consumer behavior, and more. Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix spoke to Google President Debbie Weinstein about the wide-ranging impact of the technology.
The potential for economic impact, societal benefit is honestly boundless. when we think about the economic impact for Europe in particular, it's around a 1.2 trillion euro estimate of the productivity growth that can be unlocked for the region, which I think is urgently needed given the growth trends that we've seen in the region kind of over the last 10 years and the difference of relative growth rates, certainly between here and the rest of the world. We need to make sure regulations are in place because I think this technology is incredibly powerful and it deserves to be regulated, but it needs to be regulated well. And I think currently in Europe, there's something like 100 different pieces of digital legislation that have been written since 2019. They conflict with each other. They are not clear on what the outcome is. And I think there's a real need for simplification and harmonization so that we understand how do we actually get our best products.
Google's EMEA president speaking with Francine Lacroix. The AI boom has sent global indexes to record highs and created several trillion-dollar companies. Governments and firms are racing to build out the infrastructure to power and distribute the technology. Bloomberg's chief content officer, Heather Harris, caught up with figures Carlyle and Brookfield on everything from the data center build-out to how we're going to finance and power the so-called AI industrial revolution.
We typically invest in asset-oriented businesses or projects. And in general, our markets are used to seeing growth, which is along the lines of GDP growth. It tends to be low single digits in the Western Hemisphere. Maybe you get to high single digits in emerging markets. What AI infrastructure is leading to is a step function change in the demand for infrastructure assets. If you believe any of these numbers, whether it's 7 trillion or 10 trillion, these are significant numbers that are creating a significant demand pull for certain infrastructure assets. And to just, elaborate on what Hadley was talking about, which I completely agree with, the kind of infrastructure that you're talking about is not just the data centers themselves, but the infrastructure that enables the build out of those data centers. So power generation capacity, transmission distribution upgrades, water processing capacity, fiber connectivity, all of those numbers are related and they all fall within the infrastructure investing mandate.
I think we should move on to the risk in the interest of fair-minded and balanced journalism, as some of my colleagues were talking earlier. We have seen some analysts, investors start to talk about bubble risk when you start talking about a $7 trillion investment opportunity. I guess one of them is in the concentration of power of the customers to these data centers. So one of your competitors, for example, is comparing it to the gold rush in California over 100 years ago and saying that, okay, the people who sold the picks and shovels, now the data centers are going to be the winners. And yet in this environment, there are only really a handful, maybe a few more people who can buy these extraordinarily large picks and shovels that we're talking about now. So can you talk a little bit about the risks of only having a few customers for some of these large-scale projects?
Well, I'll kick on something that Pooja said, and then I think she's got some additional thoughts as well. But one of the words that we keep saying is infrastructure.
Yeah.
And so infrastructure, long-term predictable cash flows, long-term take-or-pay contracts. And so from that standpoint, you have a lot of mitigation built in to any type that's being built on spec. And so if you go back to those days, and you can pick any kind of asset class, I mean, the gold rush is one of those, what we're doing is the backbone, right? This is the infrastructure of this. And so it should have the infrastructure characteristics in order to mitigate that.
So, if you think about building out a hyperscale data center, depending on the size of that project, you are well into the tens of billions of dollars for the total capex of the project. And that includes different sources of capital to fund that aggregate capex amount. It will include project financing. It might include junior debt or subordinated debt, preferred equity, and then equity. And so if you want to find the most efficient cost of capital for the entirety of that capital stack, you do need to have contracted cash flows in place. So people have to be discerning when it comes to the quality of those contracts, the credit risk around those contracts, the tenor of those contracts. All of those things go into the calculus. So would I say that, we're worried about that concentration risk right now? You have to see what is the credit support that's available under those contracts. I mentioned the OpenAI partnership, for example, with NVIDIA. Oracle is forward-leaning with their balance sheet. I think that has been a game changer in terms of attracting sources of capital to building out these kind of projects. So you have to focus on the key elements of commercializing an infrastructure project. It really isn't that different from doing an airport or a large-scale power generation facility or a data center.
That was the CIO of the infrastructure group at Carlyle and Brookfield Asset Management's CFO, speaking with Bloomberg's Heather Harris. Coming up, much more from Bloomberg's Women, Money and Power event in London.
Realizing that we've been in a period of time where we've had ultra low interest rates, a lot of fiscal stimulus, this ongoing globalization, this chapter is coming to a close. Clearly, America is focused on America first.
Bringing you up to the minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Bangkok. This is Bloomberg.
Global markets are being reshaped by geopolitical tensions and shifting currency dynamics. So how are some of the most influential voices in global finance managing that volatility? Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix put the question to the CEOs of State Street Investment Management and leading global asset manager Franklin Templeton.
When you look at around the world, what are markets most underestimating in terms of the risks out there?
You know, on balance, we're actually very constructive about the markets. And, we're calling for a soft landing in the U.S. We think the ECB has done a really good job. We're obviously a little bit concerned with China and some of the structural issues that are necessary. And we're also working our way through all the tariff negotiations. And I suppose maybe that's the piece of it, which is realizing that we've been in a period of time where we've had ultra low interest rates, a lot of fiscal stimulus, this ongoing globalization. This chapter is coming to a close. Clearly, America is focused on America first. And so that notion of just buy the S&P 500, if you own that for the last couple of years, you would have been just fine. It's all about making sure that portfolios are very diversified because it is difficult to price in the uncertainty and volatility. And so I don't have necessarily a risk that we don't think the market is thinking about. But from the perspective of investing, holding gold, holding cash, holding private markets, being deliberate about all of that is a very important way forward.
Jen, is there something you worry about? Valuation?
No, I agree with you, Shin, on the point she's made. I would just add, I think the market may be a little bit optimistic on the number of rate cuts. I think that inflation is probably going to be, more difficult than to come in and maybe even, we might even see, obviously the tariffs are going to come through. You look at U.S. employment and, you, on the one hand, the 900,000 jobs that, suddenly didn't exist. People say, well, is that a weak labor market? And yet you had wages go up 4%, in some cases 5%. And so, and immigration had gone from like 3 million people coming in to now 1 million and even less. So that's absorbed. At some point, there's going to be continued wage inflation if you have less immigration in, right? And some of it's been offset probably by productivity gains in companies and some of those things. But I just think that inflation is a potentially bigger problem. And so you're not going to get the rate cuts that the market thinks it's going to get.
Because it's stickier.
It's stickier. And by the way, remember the big, beautiful bill, those, I do call it tax extensions because there were more tax extensions in it. But some of that was front loaded. So that's going to be a stimulus for next year. So all those things are kind of inflationary.
Yeah. Do you worry about inflation or the labor market in the U.S.?
Well, I'm going to disagree with you, Jen.
Okay. All right, good. That makes a better panel.
So from our perspective, we do think the inflation hawks have it wrong. We've been worried about the labor side, and obviously the Fed has a dual mandate. And from our perspective, yes, we've seen some goods inflation, but the services side is showing deflationary pressures. And when you think about housing and rentals, we see that really coming down. And so inflation, in our view, 3% last year, we think it's 2.8% this year, 2.6% next year, and wage growth is slowing. Unemployment is ticking up. It hasn't impacted the consumer yet, and that's one of the reasons why we're optimistic about the U.S. equity market. But we think it's critically important that the Fed continue on its path of easing. We're calling for another 50 basis points this year, 50 basis points first half of next year, to really get to a neutral rate closer to 3%, which we think is more sustainable relative to the growth of the economy.
I mean, I know the Fed drives everything, but are you sometimes amazed at, given everything that's going on, geopolitics, China, there's multiple wars on multiple fronts, debt concern, the US government shutdown that we're experiencing, that, the markets are a little bit too focused just on interest rates?
Well, the consumer's still doing great in the U.S. I mean, they're still spending, and actually, if you look at the market, I mean, earnings are pretty good. You still have pretty good earnings growth. I think there are segments that some of the policies are really hurting. I think like agriculture, hospitality, some of those things. But in general, the market's still, and the economy's still really strong. So I'm put on the side of saying that we're going to have good markets here, and but again, that's why I think we'll have a little bit more inflation than the Fed. So I would put it at the 25 basis points one time this year.
I mean, there's not a single day that goes on without us talking about private credit, private markets. Is there anything that we're underestimating, actually, with the very rapid growth of private credit?
Look, I always say with private credit, you got to remember that banks used to be the lenders. Capital requirements were such that it changed it. So now that's shifted into the private markets. I think the key is, but this is consistent with any credit. With credit, you always have to find where the opportunity is, right? So right now, you look at the high yield market and even the private credit market, some portions of it are priced for perfection, right? Like you want to know people are optimistic about the economy, look at the fixed income markets. So you have to find where there's opportunity. And the key, I think, is to remember that private credit is illiquid, and therefore you have to get a premium. You should get a premium for that. So kind of demand that. Am I worried about private credit? Not yet. What I've said, one thing that is a concerning trend is as you get into these perpetual products from drawdown, it's always a bit riskier when you have to deploy capital in the case of credit. Because sometimes you're better off saying, well, you're not getting the risk-adjusted returns that you should for it. So I think that's just a trend that we should keep our eye open on.
The CEOs of State Street Investment Management and Franklin Templeton speaking with Bloomberg's Francine Lacqua. Coming up, much more from Bloomberg's Women, Money and Power event in London.
If you look at in the private landscape today, there are more public to privates being done in the last 2 years. We've done 25 in the last 2 years, just to put it into context around the world, right? And it's because you can do some of that change as not in the public face every day.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That's a great
It's a
question.
very good question.
Interesting question. Good question. Great question. I appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Over the past decade, private markets have become a defining feature of global finance. Bloomberg's senior executive editor Sri Vidya Bhaktavasalam spoke to industry leaders about the opportunities and risks that lie ahead as the space matures and examines how institutional and high net worth investors are changing the way they think about the asset class.
Why are there more private companies today, right? If you look at the other stat that I think is super interesting is there are 40% fewer public companies today than there were 20 years ago. So what's driving that? Why do companies want to stay private for longer, and how do they need different financing to support their growth, right? For us, it's all about a growth story, and I think that's really important. As a private company, what you're really focusing on is the velocity of change within the company to really focus on the profitability, the bottom line operational
It's
growth
go down
of the
to
business, how do you reshore management,
show
all
you
of those
everything
things
here.
really matter.
What we're going to do
And
first is head over to this GitHub page, and I'll leave the link in my description for this. This is Duamon Mega Bezel. All you need to do just
Hello everyone, I'm MVL, and in this user interface maker after you install these games, which is super easy. You can change this at the PSP PlayStation Portable menu. After you install easy, click look files might need specific versions to work properly. Now we need to get the games into the program. I'm not using complete sets here, just individual ROM files, so that's what I'm going to show how to do. You could launch a game manually each time if you want, but if we make playlists, it'll be set up to go whenever you want. So launch the desktop menu from the Windows section and make a playlist. The icon of the playlist depends on the name. As you can see here, MAME and Neo Geo have their own icons in the program, but the name doesn't matter whatsoever beyond that. Then grab your game file and drag it into the playlist. Here you can enter the name and choose which core to launch the game. If one doesn't work, don't worry, just try another. The other setting is just where it saves artwork, so you don't need to change that. I always leave that as it is. You can also put art here, which is great for presentation. I've been using arcade flyers or posters for the most part now for arcade games and box art for other games. You just drag the art into this that I have used, change the control. You can save your stuff. Likewise, if a game won't launch the Super Retrocade at all. This is Dancing Eyes, a strange but enjoyable puzzle game where you need to connect your path on a grid, avoiding enemies. You can eliminate those enemies if you catch them in your connected line, and or didn't work at all, but using this method with RetroArch, I've got everything to work on PC. You can also use a lot of USB controllers like the Retrobit gamepad from the Super Retrocade, or even a Sega USB controller to play the games. There are a ton of options. Naturally,
couple of people to do your setup website. This is Launchbox Forums. We're going to find configuration, what's Polygon or to folder I've just created. So that's now been extracted, and
happened if you look at the last 10, 20, 30 years is that when you're managing to quarterly earnings, that's very different than reinvesting in the business, right? How you use your CapEx, how you think about your free cash flow. All of that really changes. So when you think in the context of what's happening, right? I mean, if you look at in the private landscape today, there are more public to privates being done in the last 2 years. We've done 25 in the last 2 years, just to put it into context around the world, right? And it's because you can do some of that change as not in the public face every day. And there's nothing wrong with that. You may be public one day in the future again, but some of that change you could do in a very different way. Now, where do the banks play a role in that? You need the financing to support it, right? You're not going to do it all in equity. And having that type of partnership, having that type of relationship where you can have the sources of capital to support that long-term growth. By the way, that's a good thing for everyone. It's a good thing for investors. It's a good thing for public companies in the future when some of these companies go public. And it's good for the employees of these businesses, right? I mean, it's one of the reasons why we spend so much of our time making sure that in the businesses we buy, we have universal ownership, right? It's not just C-suite. It's the same as in our company, right? At KKR, we all share in everything we do. Why can't you do that in a private company as well, right? So I think a lot of those best practices we're really able to push through, and that partnership with the banks, especially on the financing side, has been very important.
From Apollo's perspective, we've got a 700 billion credit business, and the overwhelming majority of that is within our investment grade business. So when we look at the business, we look at it with the lens of how can we serve their needs. And it's interesting, we talk about private capital, the definition of just private credit in itself, we look at it as a little bit different. It's often referred to as the leveraged loan market, usually sponsor backed. And that's a subset of a subset. For us is a 40 trillion market and predominantly an investment grade market. So to go back to your question on the banks, everything that's on a bank balance sheet is private credit. So a loan to a corporate is private credit, a mortgage is private credit, a loan to consumer is private credit, credit card loan is private credit. So that's the lens by which we are looking at this market. And yes, there's no question that we have different business models. So a bank often has a very strong origination business, and they have different regulatory capital requirements, and they borrow short, and lending long is something that can be very punitive, and there's been a lot of regulatory changes that have changed this, and we have been talking about debanking different rates across the world. And if you pair this with private capital, from our perspective, we care about the underlying asset and making sure that we create alpha across the risk spectrum. So being able to originate something in a bespoke way means that we can maybe get access to some of that source in the bank has. They can get paid handsomely for the services they provide to their client. We get a good asset, and the way we see it is a win-win.
And I would just add the other part of large financial firms like Morgan Stanley and banks that have a large wealth management business is our ability to distribute the funds that they're raising the money for. And increasingly, our clients are asking us to innovate with them and with our asset management partners. So the ability to raise funds means that we've done $250 billion in alternatives since inception. We raised $35 billion last year. But increasingly, our clients are saying, okay, we love the funds that you put on your platform. We know you're doing the right diligence, both from an investment perspective and an operational due diligence side. But we also are asking you to bring us co-investment opportunities. And the asset management partners that we work with have been critical partners in bringing that flow to our clients.
So what are the pain points in that relationship?
Well, the pain points are areas where our clients will come to us and say historically they didn't love the reporting around some of the fund structures. So they wanted, a little bit less friction in the process from a paperwork perspective, tax perspective. And our asset management partners have responded to that really well.
I mean, I also think the wealth market has fundamentally changed, right, in the last even 5 years, right? So when you think about how individual investors have tried to access private investing, right? Now, why is it important? It's important for a few reasons, right? Typically because if you're investing in private in the right way, you should be receiving a premium from a return standpoint against what you would be receiving in the public markets, right? So what does good look like in private equity? It's probably 500 to 700 basis points above the public markets, right? So that's the attraction. But the question to date has been, how do you get there? How do you get access to it? Private investing has really been in the hands of the largest institutional investors for the last 50 years, right? The way a private markets fund raises capital through a closed-end fund has literally not evolved in 50 years, right? The way you buy a house has changed, right? Like everything is changed. The way you finance a deal has changed. So what we're starting to see in the last several years is this whole concept of evergreens, right? This whole concept of always on, right? And I think that's taken a lot of the frictional points out of those relationships where you can decide when you want to invest, you can decide when you want to exit. And in the meantime, you optimize diversification, you have a higher velocity of compounding in your returns because of the structures. But I think to your point, you've got to be with the best in class managers, right? You've got to be with those who understand the cycle tested nature of the business, know how to drive returns. And if you can do that, I actually think it takes out a lot of the frictional pain points. And what we're doing is giving individual investors that same opportunity that a large institutional investor should have. But we're doing it in probably a more streamlined, less frictional way.
Liz Dennis of Morgan Stanley, Natalia Situra of Apollo, and Elisa Wood of KKR, speaking with Bloomberg's Sri Vidya Bhaktavatsilam. Women's sports have seen record audience growth, sponsorship interest, and cultural momentum in recent years. But institutional investment remains cautious. Bloomberg editorial lead Jacqueline Simmons explored the hard truths with industry insiders, discussing where money is actually going.
If you look at the growth metrics of women's football, selfishly, in this country at the moment, it's phenomenal. We are the fastest growing sport on the planet. Our participation is up in this country. The interest that is around women's football is at a real, to your point, we're at a real moment in time to be able to capitalise on it. And if I was an investor looking to come into football in this country at the moment, I'd certainly be considering women's, because I don't have to invest an astronomical amount to become the best in the world, to really be put on the global stage, to be winning Champions League. Whereas if I wanted to do that in men's football in Europe, that's going to cost me a lot of money. That's a higher risk investment.
That's a wrap for the second Bloomberg Women, Money and Power event in London. You can find more from top voices in finance at Bloomberg.com.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Do you think the dollar will remain the only reserve currency in the world, and are you as comfortable with the dollar as it used to be?
The dollar has been, as you say, a reserve currency for about 80 years. Actually, if you wanted to go further back, you could say it's almost after World War I, when the US had lent money to Europe, UK, for ammunition and so on, and then they had to get paid back in dollars. And that's when the strength of the dollar really began. So it's 100 years, 80 years, 100 years. Of dollar strength, so much so that important commodities, gold, oil, are denominated in dollars. Dollars are part of the payment system. When countries talk to each other, they represent their GDP and various figures in dollars. I think undoing that will take a long, long time. And, 3% in foreign exchange terms is not that much.
Okay, so you think the dollar will stay as the reserve currency of the economy?
Absolutely.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Washington, and this is Bloomberg.
Right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talked with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so they can live and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg. America has faced a long, serious challenge with obesity.
There are 110 million with obesity. It's projected in 5 years there'll be 1 billion people on the planet who have obesity.
Obesity rates in the United States have gotten exponentially worse in the last couple of decades. As Americans have become more sedentary, our portion sizes for meals have gotten bigger. The snacking industry in the United States is huge.
According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, nearly half of the adults in the United States are considered obese.
Obesity is probably the most important chronic disease afflicting Americans right now.
I think that people think that obesity is just a matter of calories in and calories out. You're judged based upon just how much you eat and how much you burn.
Not only do you get the diabetes, the hypertension, the high cholesterol, the heart disease, the heart failure, the sleep apnea, arthritis, mood disorders, the list goes on and on.
In 2023 alone, obesity and extra weight cost American businesses and workers more than $425 billion. That's not all for medical bills. We're talking about missed work, disability claims, and a big drop in productivity.
Lack of physical activity and food intake is at its core. 40% of all cancers have a high correlation to obesity.
But what's fueling this epidemic?
We have genetics, development, environment, and behavior all playing a large role.
And how did we get here?
Honestly, doctors are still trying to figure out exactly what happened to make obesity rates skyrocket the way that they have.
I'm David Rubenstein. For nearly a decade, I've interviewed some of the most interesting and powerful people in the world. Presidents, athletes, CEOs, entrepreneurs. I talk to them about their careers and their lives. Inevitably, we almost always end up talking about how they're living and how much they think about trying to live better. We're all trying to make sense of the mountain of new information available and the ambitious efforts underway to tackle the biggest health obstacles. On longevity, come with me as I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine and ask them the questions we all have: how to be healthier and ultimately how to live longer. So is it my impression, or am I wrong, that people seem to be getting heavier in the United States at least, and obesity is a big problem these days health-wise?
Obesity is probably the most important chronic disease afflicting Americans right now. The prevalence of obesity continues to increase unabated.
What is the reason for this?
Research is showing is that the reason people develop obesity is not just that there are too many calories, that we take for given, but that what fattening food does is to damage the circuitry in the brain that regulates body weight, so that your brain becomes resistant to the hormones that control weight. So your stomach, your intestine, your fat cells are sending hormones to your brain, trying to tell your brain how much you've eaten and how much fat is stored. But the circuitry in the brain, in the hypothalamus and other parts of the brain, is not responding properly. And as a result, your weight keeps going up, up, up. And that pulls your appetite.
Our portion sizes for meals have gotten bigger. Snacking, obviously the snacking industry in the United States is huge, and snacking plays a role in this too. And over that time, BMI has gone up for Americans.
For more than a century, body mass index, or BMI, has been a metric used to define obesity. It compares weight to height. If your BMI is 30 or higher, that is considered obese, while 25 to 30 is overweight. Earlier this year, the Lancet Commission announced a major shift in the definition of obesity, considering factors beyond BMI. and dividing it into preclinical and clinical categories.
In January of 2025, we sought to give a better solution to the story. We wanted to use your overall health to determine how one's weight status should be judged. When we look at your waist circumference, we're getting around your belly button, for example, and we're determining if you have visceral adiposity. If you carry fat around your organs, that predisposes you to things like fatty liver, or we've rechanged that name to metabolic associated steatotic liver disease, or predisposes you to things like heart attacks and strokes. So we'd rather look at that gives a more holistic measure than just telling you if your height and weight contributes to disease. Let's do a deeper dive and look at what other health metrics we have available. What is the blood pressure telling us? What is the cholesterol panel telling us?
What percentage of people in the United States are overweight, would you say?
The numbers right now are that the high 30s, 38 to 40% have obesity, 35% are overweight. And if you look at it, obesity keeps going up, up, up. People are getting pushed right through overweight into obesity and to higher levels of obesity.
If you are 35% or so are overweight, 35 to 38% are obese, does that mean that together more than 70% of the people in the United States are overweight?
That's correct.
If you look at the epidemiology charts, it really seems to have started in the 60s, growth in overweight and obesity in the country, and really accelerated in the 80s and 90s. So what are the reasons? How we live certainly is one of them, and energy expenditure has to be part of the story. What we eat, though, is probably a more important reason, not just the quantity, which has risen modestly through that period of time, but actually what's in our food has changed. And I think that's also attributed to this.
So when I was growing up, there were various diets my parents always tried. They were, let's see, first they started Weight Watchers, and then they had the Scarsdale diet, the Atkins diet, the Mediterranean diet, the water diet. Any of those diets ever work?
Diets work in the short term. The reason they don't work long term is because there is a resistance mechanism to stop you from starving to death. So your body has built-in circuitry and hormonal changes that occur when you lose weight that respond out of proportion to the amount of weight that's lost. And that guarantees failure over a period of time.
So in recent years, to deal with the overweight problem, surgeons came up with bariatric surgery. Is that working? And people still do that, or basically people have gone to something else?
Bariatric surgery has been the gold standard for the treatment of severe obesity. It's not for someone who's overweight, it's not for someone with lower levels of obesity, but for people with severe obesity, and particularly those who have complications, bariatric surgery can be life-saving. It's certainly life-changing.
I actually do think for patients with severe obesity, using it in combination with GLP-1 medications is by far the most effective treatment tool. So for those patients, I would recommend sending them for still surgical intervention. After they reach their nadir or reach a point of stability, then I usually add on GLP-1, and so their weight will come down and stabilize here. And then I add on a GLP-1 and get additional weight loss. So these patients are able to achieve 30, 40, 50, and even 60% total body weight loss with the addition of a GLP-1 receptor agonist to their regimen.
Today, a new class of medications is changing lives. Known as GLP-1s, these drugs were originally developed for diabetes, but they've shown remarkable promise in helping people lose weight and keep it off. Is that the solution for all of the obesity problems?
It's an incredible medication, incredible advance, because there were many GLP-1 stimulating compounds before. They treated diabetes well, but they didn't do much for weight. Semaglutide was the first one that really broke through to produce 15% weight loss.
GLP-1 medications like Eli Lilly's Zepbound and Novo Nordisk's Wegovy are helping people lose significant weight. But how do they actually work? GLP-1s work by injecting a pen to your stomach. They mimic the effects of the naturally occurring hormone GLP-1 in the body. After we eat, our gut sends GLP-1 to the brain. It tells us we're full, slows digestion, and helps control blood sugar. But for people who are suffering with obesity, that signal doesn't always work well.
What we're doing is boosting some of those signals with these medications. They're boosting the signal that you're full, boosting the signal that you no longer want to eat more, and boosting signals that you should absorb nutrients that you've consumed. And so ours does that with two different hormones, one called GLP-1, a new one called GIP. Ozempic or semaglutide just uses GLP-1.
But what the drug does is what? It tells your body you're full when you're maybe not as full as you used to be?
It tells your body you're full, and it does that to the brain, to sense of satiety. Probably, we've learned over time, our sense of fullness becomes conditional. So as people eat more habitually, that signal kicks in later and later.
The result? Fewer calories in, less hunger, more control. Many patients report not obsessing over food for the first time in years. On average, patients lose 15 to 20% of their body weight. Some see improvements in blood pressure, heart health, and even lifespan. While these medications require a lifelong commitment and can have side effects.
These drugs are known to cause nausea, vomiting, other abdominal and stomach discomfort, and that can be a real problem for some patients. Even though it doesn't sound like a big deal, for some patients it's just too much and they end up dropping off of the drugs. And that's something that drug makers are trying to work on right now, is developing drugs that have potentially less side effects than the ones that are currently on the market.
The benefits are temporary and can be lost if the medication is stopped.
So for patients that are responders, this is meant to be a long-term solution. So they need to stay on the medicine to retain the benefit for the agents. You do not come off the medication. If you do come off the therapy, you will regain the weight, and any benefits that you gleaned while on the medication will be lost.
Today, there's a new weight loss pill, and there's no shot required. Eli Lilly says its experimental drug helped patients lose an average of 16 pounds over 40 weeks in a company-funded study. That's nearly 8% of their body weight, and they reported no side effects in a clinical trial. Lilly expects to launch the pill next year.
They have been working on a pill called orforglipron that is in late-stage studies right now, with results expected by the end of the year. So that will be a big breakthrough for the obesity medicine field, because right now the drugs that are on the market are shots. And so having a pill that's easier to take and potentially easier for them to manufacture is going to really open the door to new possibilities and potentially more patients.
They're less expensive to make, they're easier to absorb, they don't have to be refrigerated, and so I think it's going to be a lot easier to treat obesity using these kinds of compounds.
Calling something fast food, is that unfair?
That kind of food shocks the weight-regulating circuitry in a way that makes it resistant to the hormones that control body.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacqua in Sintra, Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Heart disease, stroke, type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular conditions, breathing issues. Obesity is linked to more than 200 chronic illnesses, a staggering toll on the body. Researchers at the National Institutes of Health say moderate obesity can shorten a person's life by a few years. But for those with severe obesity, a body mass index of 40 or higher, life expectancy could drop by as much as 14 years. And the burden of obesity doesn't fall equally on everyone.
For those that have greater economic means, we're able to help them with their weight status in ways for those that have lower socioeconomic position we're not able to. Obesity disproportionately affects racial and ethnic minority communities, those of lower socioeconomic position, immigrant communities. Despite this, these are the patients less likely to receive a diagnosis of obesity.
A study published last fall found that counties with greater income inequality also experience higher obesity rates. Take Kentucky. With a low median household income and a high poverty rate, it leads the nation in the use of GLP-1 weight loss drugs. A Bloomberg News report drilled down into the details.
So last year, we really wanted to see what the real world impacts of these weight loss drugs were on people in the United States. And so we did an exclusive data analysis with our data team here at Bloomberg to find the area in the United States that had the highest concentration of people that were on these drugs. And what our analysis and our data showed us was that it was this area of Kentucky called Bowling Green. So it's not the #1 place, but it's the highest concentration of weight loss drug users in the US.
The most popular drug in America next to aspirin seems to be GLP-1 drugs. Everybody seems to be on them. Do you reimburse 100% for those?
We as an organization, we cover it for insulin-dependent diabetics. We bring it as a choice to employers. About 50% of large employers have chosen to cover it for weight management. As you go down, a smaller percentage of small employers do. We need to align the incentives more so based on the outcome. There's up to 50% of individuals who go on to GLP-1s for weight management who stop taking the drug within 12 to 14 months. That's a bad outcome. Someone goes on the drug, someone goes off the drug. While they're on the drug, if they lose weight, they lose muscle mass and fat. If they've changed nothing and go off the drug, they regain weight. They're going to regain fat, no muscle mass. The person 14 months later is less healthy 14 months later than they were when they started the journey.
So today, if somebody is very overweight, generally a doctor like you would probably prescribe one of these GLP-1 drugs depending on their circumstances and so forth. Is there anything better than that that's going to come along?
Well, first of all, we don't just prescribe medication for everybody who walks in the door. We recommend dietary intervention. We have different diets for people with different preferences. So one of the things we've learned is that the best diet is the diet the patient likes the best, the one they think they can best accommodate their lifestyle to. So we do that in every patient. We recommend physical activity. In New York, everyone's got a gym, or we recommend walking. So those are the cornerstone of treatment.
But as a general rule of thumb, calling something fast food, going to a fast food place, is not generally a great idea because that fast food has lots of things in it that make you gain weight. Is that unfair to say that?
It's available fast. It's a tremendous number of calories packed into a small space. So that's what is called ultra-processed food. Nutrients are stripped out. Fiber is stripped out. All that's left are the calories. And that kind of food, we believe, shocks the weight-regulating circuitry in a way that makes it resistant to the hormones that control body weight.
I have observed over the years that a lot of people that I think are overweight or even obese seem to be consuming enormous amounts of diet soda every day. Why are these people who are overweight not getting the benefit of diet sodas, or diet sodas really aren't making them lose weight?
So it's a great question, because you would think if someone switched from regular soda to diet soda, that's 140 calories for a can that you're just taking right off the top. So we have seen people lose weight in certain situations, but in some cases they do not, I would say they replace the calories in another way, and they're doing it as a preventive strategy that might be helpful. But once obesity is established, it's very difficult to push someone's weight down. And just switching over to diet soda, I think it could help, but I don't think it's going to do the whole job for the average person.
In the end, do you think that that sodas, even diet sodas are not all that healthy for you.
So intensely sweet compounds, whether it's juice or soda, will tend to make you want sweeter things. So that may be how this happens.
Now, it seems like weight has gone up in Americans as we've introduced more so-called low-fat food. Is low-fat food really a good thing for you?
For some people, it is. It's a very good thing. But the problem with low-fat food that we see on the shelf is that it's high carbohydrate food. So if you take out the fat, you need to add something else to try to increase the palatability, to make it as palatable as possible. So by making it high in carbohydrate and low in fat, what you're doing is making it absorb, making the carbohydrate absorb more rapidly. And that may be part of the problem that stresses your brain, stresses your pancreas, and ultimately leads to this problem. So it may be that low-fat foods are not as good, and it may be that a balance of macronutrients is really what we're looking for.
We, as a community here in the U.S., should be doing a better job of ensuring coverage. These patients receive the proper diagnosis, treatment, and receive no bias and stigma.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set Europe.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
In a world where GLP-1s and new weight loss pills are reshaping how we think about health, an important question remains: does exercise still matter? Experts say yes, especially if you're on these medications.
Exercise is critical if you're taking a GLP-1. Number one, it will prevent the loss of lean mass or muscle mass, which has been shown to be a problem, especially in older people who take these compounds.
One of the key things I'm always emphasizing with my patients is getting in at least 30 minutes of strength training every other day. Not 1 pound weights. 1 pound weights are not heavy enough. I need volume.
So I think that the key to long-term maintenance with GLP-1s will be regular physical activity of various types and maybe intermittent use of the GLP-1, GIP-GLP-1 combinations.
So today, are you confident that we can, with GLP-1 drugs, actually conquer and overcome the obesity problem?
I think this is the beginning of control of body weight, in much the same way that blood pressure was controlled over the years. We're having unprecedented success in treating patients now with the older medicines and the new generation of medicines. If you look at the earlier generation of medical treatments, we were able to get 2/3 of people to lose 5% or more of their body weight. With the latest generation, semaglutide and tirzepatide, we're getting 90% or 95%.
Be healthy and to live a long life, healthy life. What is the best thing to do?
The data tells us that in the United States, if we measure it through traditional health measures, about 80% of all healthcare costs tie to lifestyles and behaviors. Are you physically active or not? Cardiovascular fitness is important. It means 30 minutes or more of brisk exercise 4 to 5 days a week, and then food intake. Is it healthy and moderate or not? Then you add the vitality dimensions around sense of community, sense of purpose, sense of belonging, spiritual health that correlate to longevity. Without the physical health, longevity is not possible. Without the other dimensions and just physical health, longevity is usually impeded as well.
So diet and exercise will never just be eliminated. I think we have to realize that we have to still look at diet quality. We still need lean protein and a lot of protein on board if you're going to be on a GLP-1. We need whole grains, we need fruits, vegetables, bean legumes, lentils. Those need to be a major part of anyone's lifestyle.
Come back to lifestyles, right? Lack of physical activity and food intake is at its core. We can look at countries around the globe. Take China as an example. You would think the 12-year-old in Beijing would be healthier than the 12-year-old in a rural location. Actually not the case. The 12-year-old in Beijing has, on average, a rotary health status because there's a more westernized diet and a more sedentary lifestyle.
So unfortunately, obesity is prevalent everywhere. And so when we talk about it, we seem to hyper-focus on the United States, not recognizing that we are ranked not as poorly as we think we might. And I think that we as a medical community need to do better, but we as a community here in the US should be doing a better job of ensuring coverage in addition to ensuring that these patients receive the proper diagnosis, treatment, and receive no bias and stigma.
There are 110 million with obesity. It's projected in 5 years there'll be 1 billion people on the planet who have obesity. And it's going to become a much bigger problem in the developing world than it ever has been in America, partly because the rate of growth of obesity in India and China is much faster than we experienced. And populations that are non-Caucasians, particularly South Asians, appear to be much more susceptible to chronic disease at lower weights. So we have a lot of work to do to make the biggest impact we can.
I'm David Rubenstein. This is Bloomberg.
For Trump to win, you're never too young to learn AI. That's why we're urging the government for school kids as young as 6 to be taught how to use it.
Within this system, from first grade, they all start with the AI education. They play 4 years, just playing. And then from 5th grade, they start to develop AI by themselves. And STEM and robotics, I see very clearly how Vietnam should be in future. Vietnam just about 100 million people, young people, good education, and latest technology. That's the only way to go. Education not contribute much profit for equity, but from the country point of view, that's most useful contribution, what equity should do. And today we're thinking about every kids, not in cities like Hanoi or Ho Chi Minh City, but kids in the countryside should got the good education. That's what we're going to do now.
So you're leapfrogging.
Yes, exactly.
the most fascinating time for the global economy in years, and our conversations are front and center.
We're stress testing consequential ideas, and investors around the world are scoring them in real time,
helping to translate the policies from Washington into actionable ideas for Wall Street.
It's the morning call you actually want to be a part of.
Separating the signal from the noise,
with some fun along the way.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zavasaja, and this is Next Africa.
New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Cancer, one of the most feared words in the English language.
Cancer rates are going to rise significantly over the next 20 to 30 years. But the driver of those rates are because there are 10,000 people a day turning 65.
According to the World Health Organization, cancer is the second leading cause of death globally, just behind heart disease.
There are 600,000 deaths per year in the United States from cancer. I think cancer is an inevitable part of biology, that cells will always accumulate mutations over time. Some of those mutations will lead to cancer.
Over the past 30 years, cancer deaths decreased by 34% in the U.S., but diagnoses have gone up, especially among young adults.
What we are seeing as a troubling trend is younger people are getting more cancers. That's real. We have no idea why.
That rate of people under 50 getting cancer is growing by 1 to 2%.
Thanks to cutting-edge technology, today, doctors can detect and treat cancers earlier than ever before.
AI is really transforming so much of what we do. In clinical medicine,
cancer isn't just a disease, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry whose challenge is to balance the cost of innovation with the goal of patient care.
We have made tremendous progress. The problem we have is that we haven't communicated to Americans how complex cancer is. The drug companies do raise the prices in the United States because they can.
I'm David Rubenstein. For nearly a decade, I've interviewed some of the most interesting and powerful people in the world. Presidents, athletes, CEOs, entrepreneurs. I talk to them about their careers and their lives. Inevitably, we almost always end up talking about how they're living and how much they think about trying to live better. We're all trying to make sense of the mountain of new information available and the ambitious efforts underway to tackle the biggest health obstacles. On longevity, come with me as I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine and ask them the questions we all have: how to be healthier and ultimately how to live longer. What actually is cancer?
It's really a broad number of diseases, but it begins at the level of when a cell ends up with a genetic mutation that allows it in an uncontrolled way to divide. When we get to be adults, most of our cells don't divide. They stop dividing simply by contacting another cell. When they run into another cell, they stop and they've reached their process of division and now just do their function. Cancer is when a cell in that process of dividing at any level, actually driven by inflammation or other factors, when there is a genetic mutation in that cell, now promotes uncontrolled division. And it really doesn't care about boundaries.
Historically, it was thought, I believe, that the older you were, the more likely you were to get cancer. Is still aging the principal thing that we see associated with cancer?
Cancer rates are going to rise significantly over the next 20 to 30 years. We know that we're improving outcomes alongside of that. But the driver of those rates are because there are 10,000 people a day turning 65. The highest incidence of cancer is that post-65 group. As you get older, you have greater risk of what we call somatic mutation. Those are mutations that develop over time. They're not that they're inherited, but they do drive cancer when they actually occur as people get older and live longer.
600,000 people die a year from cancer in the United States?
Yes.
Is that a higher number than 10 years ago or 20 years ago?
It is a lower number. It has been decreasing by about 1.7% per year. And so we have many people alive now who wouldn't have been alive if they had been diagnosed.
When someone is diagnosed with cancer, doctors determine what stage it's in. This helps them understand how cancer has spread and how best to treat it. So what are the stages of cancer? Stage 1 is the earliest stage. Think of it as a small tumor that's still in one spot. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's usually less than 2 centimeters. Doctors call this localized. Stage 2 means the tumor is getting bigger and may have started moving into nearby lymph nodes, which are part of the body's immune system. At stage 3, the cancer is not only larger, but it's spread into surrounding tissues and more lymph nodes. It's more serious, but still may be treatable. Stage 4, the most advanced stage, means the cancer has traveled to other parts of the body. This is called metastatic cancer. When survival is talked about, it's measured as 5 years. In other words, how many people are still alive after 5 years. So if you have stage 1 breast cancer, it's detected, and you have treatment, you have a 98% chance.
That's right.
But there are some cancers where it's the opposite, where even if you detect it in stage 1, you got a really tough chance. And I thought they were glioblastomas, pancreatic cancer, liver cancer, esophageal cancer. Are those some of the most deadly ones?
I would say at the top of that list, on a scale of 1 to 10, and it's 12, is glioblastomas, right? There is a difficulty, but better chance if it's detected early that you can resect it, but still very difficult to cure because of its aggressive nature within the normal brain cells and the inability to resect enough brain tissue to make sure you got it all, because brain tissue's valuable. You don't reproduce it. What's the survival rate for pancreatic cancer if the tumor is less than 1 centimeter? It approaches 90% if you can get it that small.
But how does anybody know they have it in stage 1 because there's no signs?
It's accident. It's incidental finding. And that's all of those cases where nobody was looking. Somebody got a CAT scan because they were in a bad car accident, and the radiologist saw this tiny nodule in the pancreas and said, we better have that looked at with a more descriptive test or a more discrete test. And then they see it, go see the surgeon. And that's the only way we've gotten that benefit.
While cancer risk is typically higher in older adults, new research shows a concerning trend. More young people are getting diagnosed with certain types of cancer.
There is a rise in young people, particularly with colon cancer, but a few other cancers, breast cancer, renal cell carcinoma, and others. And even though we are decreasing the mortality from colon cancer in people over the age of 50, mortality is going up from colon cancer in people under age 50. And the reason for that is not entirely clear.
Colon cancer screenings are now more common among younger adults. A recent report from the American Cancer Society finds screenings for those aged 45 to 49 jumps from 2019 to 2023. And with that surge, more cases are being caught early.
All of the regimens we have, surgery, chemotherapy, were designed around people who are older with cancer. I do think the biology of younger cancer is very different. So first of all, we need to develop regimens meant for younger people. That being said, we also have to start screening younger people for cancer. The age of colon cancer screening dropped from 50 to 45 recently, and it probably should drop even further.
Doctors agree, early detection saves lives. Colon cancer, when caught early, has a cure rate above 90%.
Colonoscopy is the gold standard. You're actually putting a scope into the colon and you can actually see the cancers, right, or the precancers. There are other ways to do it too initially, like Cologuard is approved. It looks for genetic changes that come off of the colon lesion to the stool.
So what's driving the surge in younger patients?
It's an area of have very active research, but the thought is that diet and lifestyle changes, likely from early childhood, are a major part of that risk. And another part of it is the microbiome, which again is related to diet. Some bacteria in our gastrointestinal tract can promote the development of cancers, and that is modulated by our diet.
Doctors and researchers still don't know what exactly about a patient's diet is the culprit, but they're working hard to figure out what's driving this trend.
These drugs just prevent the stop signal so that these immune cells, which naturally can recognize something that's different in the body, and they allow those cells to fight and kill the cancer.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stradwatts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Matt Miller at the Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is The Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
While not all cancers are preventable, experts say there are ways to reduce cancer risk. The consensus is that changes in behavior and lifestyle can make a significant difference in the long run.
I think the practical things, David, that most people do now is avoid smoking around areas where people are smoking. Secondly, take advantage, if you would, of the screening tools that we know work: colonoscopy, mammography, skin exams. Stay out of the sun. Limit the alcohol that you take. Get the appropriate vaccines, like for hepatitis B and HPV, that can allow that to be a prevention for doing it, and exercise and maintain a good weight level. So final piece I would say, limit your red meat intake. Have a balanced diet, but don't ply it with a ton of red meat.
There are many other types of early detection that are under investigation. One of the ones that's really active right now is a blood test that can detect little snippets of DNA from a cancer. And it's a very alluring idea that you could just get an annual blood test and detect any kind of cancer. That hasn't been proven yet. They're commercially available, they're under clinical trials, but they're not proven yet to decrease mortality from cancer.
And know your family history. Figure out what Aunt Marge died from and really understand, because many of those family histories carry down from person to person.
Now, on prevention, sometimes if you have a genetic predisposition to a certain type of cancer, some people have treatment. For example, women have had mastectomies because they have the so-called BRCA gene. Is that generally more on the rise that people do a relatively small subset of the population?
It's actually a much larger subset of the population than we understood not that long ago. Maybe 10% of all of our cancer patients have some major inherited predisposition to cancer. And just as you said, if we know about that specific inherited mutation, we are able to tailor our cancer prevention, early detection strategies towards that mutation.
So if you have your genome completely tested,
yes,
you will presumably know whether you have a genetic predisposition. Do you recommend that people get their genome tested?
So it's not currently recommended that it does, and it's really a personal decision. Do you want to know all of the risks that you genetically inherit or not? However, if somebody has a strong family history of cancer, multiple members of the family had cancer, maybe they had cancer at a young age, those individuals are at higher risk, and those are the ones who more often get tested. And you don't need to test the entire genome, you can just test the particular genes that lead to cancer predisposition.
For a long time, cancer treatment mostly meant surgery, chemotherapy, or radiation. But in the past decade, we've seen some big breakthroughs. Immunotherapy started making headlines in the early 2010 period with drugs like Keytruda and Opdivo.
These drugs actually are inhibiting stop signals on specific immune cells called T cells that have the ability to see cancer as being different from the normal cells they derive from. These drugs just prevent the stop signal so that these immune cells naturally can recognize something that's different in the body, and they allow those cells to fight and kill the cancer.
Unlike chemo, which attacks cancer cells directly, immunotherapy works by training a patient's immune system to recognize and fight cancer cells, just like it would a virus or bacteria.
Now, my former boss, Jimmy Carter, who passed away less than a year ago. He had melanoma that went to his brain, and I thought it was with immunotherapy that it disappeared.
He did.
How did that happen? I mean, how does it disappear so quick?
Well, so one, the melanoma he had a significant amount of targets that the immune system could recognize. And the drugs that he received unblocked the immune system's view of his tumors. And because the immune cells go everywhere in your body, even the brain, they can wipe it out in a very intelligent way. That is, they spare the normal tissue around it, but really take out the specific cancers because of their targets that are often in the cell and on the surface of the cell.
Though immunotherapy isn't prescribed in all cases, as it depends on the type of cancer and how the body responds, it's one of the most exciting advances in cancer care, offering hope to patients who once had few options.
Since 2011, we've probably had more than 50 approvals of several of these drugs for different cancer indications. And if you take a look at the survival rates of some of these cancers, like lung cancer, malignant melanoma, some colon cancers, you'll see that the survival rates have almost doubled for advanced stages of these diseases. They've been very successful and have really changed how we treat patients with these really bad cancers.
Another development in cancer treatment over the past 20 years, targeted therapies. These are drugs designed to zero in on specific genetic mutations in cancer cells. Instead of a one-size-fits-all approach, they're more precise, blocking the signals that help cancer grow, spread, and survive. And as scientists learn more about the biology behind different cancers, they're uncovering even more ways to target and to attack it.
We have had many new drugs in cancer over the years. In the last 30 years, about 300 drugs have been approved by the FDA, about a third of them for cancer. So really a huge number of new drugs for cancer.
Now, researchers are looking beyond the lab for breakthroughs. Doctors say artificial intelligence is revolutionizing cancer research, enhancing diagnostics, improving treatment strategies, and advancing drug discovery.
AI is really transforming so much of what we do. In clinical medicine, AI has the ability to do image analysis extremely well. So cancer pathology, looking at the slides and making diagnosis, cancer radiology, looking at MRIs, CT scans, and finding evidence of cancer. Those are clearly fields that are being transformed. AI is helping our basic research. The structure of proteins can now be predicted with AI in a way that we couldn't possibly have imagined not that many years ago. That was rewarded with the Nobel Prize last year. And we use AI-generated structures of proteins for drug development on a daily basis now.
Among the criticisms of the American medical system is that we have very expensive drugs compared to other countries. And among the most expensive drugs that we have are cancer-related drugs. Why are cancer-related drugs so expensive in the United States?
Countries with national health systems have negotiated with drug companies for lower costs. And drug companies actually like our system where they can charge more and get paid more. Now, it does cost a lot to get a drug approved, but I think that we could still reduce the cost of drugs and in the United States, and drug companies will still make money and be able to get the approvals. One of the concerns that many of my colleagues in drug companies raise is that it costs a lot to do the research and development. They're worried that innovation will be reduced because of if we reduce the cost of drugs.
So what do you think the U.S. government can do better than it's doing now to help with cancer research, or you're reasonably happy with what the government's doing?
The recent decades of government funding to the National Cancer Institute have truly transformed the disease. Scores, more than 100 new drugs that are really completely transforming the disease. At this moment, government funding for the NIH is in turmoil. There's proposals to cut the NIH budget and the National Cancer Institute budget enormously, and that would have a catastrophic effect on the careers of many cancer researchers, on the progress against cancer and the development of new therapies.
Right now, the U.S. government is making it more difficult for vaccines to be funded and so forth. Is that going to affect cancer vaccines or not so much?
I hope it's not going to affect cancer vaccines, but mRNA vaccines are very important vaccines, not only to prevent infections, but also to prevent or treat cancer. And there's likely going to be an mRNA vaccine for melanoma, the first vaccine for treatment. The data looks really good in phase 2, so it's now being tested in phase 3. I really think we need to educate people that these mRNA vaccines are very safe. I'm very concerned by what's happened where our HHS has decided to reduce or even eradicate any funding for mRNA vaccines against infection, because we are at risk for future pandemics. It's going to happen.
Always excites me most is what we can't imagine right now. Breakthroughs in cancer research and cancer treatment have come from left field that we didn't expect it at all. It was a huge breakthrough.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amer, only on Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
A nationwide study analyzed breast cancer screening data from 2018 to 2020 and found major disparities. Researchers say where you live, how far you are from a mammogram facility, and your education level all play a major role in whether you get screened. The findings highlight the urgent need for policies to improve access, especially in underserved communities.
One of the biggest disparities in outcomes in cancer in the United States is rural versus urban. In New York or in Boston, people can come to a cancer center with highly specialized doctors who see only pancreatic cancer or only colon cancer, and they know every nuance of those diseases. In a rural area, that is not possible. You couldn't have subspecialists in all of those subtypes of cancer locally because it's too sparsely populated. The hope is to diagnose patients as efficiently as possible, to figure out which patients can get a standard therapy close to where they live, and which patients need very advanced therapies like a bone marrow transplant or cellular therapies that are really only delivered in tertiary care centers, and to get those patients to those hospitals.
We've purposely at Memorial worked hard with both underserved communities and immigrant communities to make sure they have an opportunity to have access to the best care possible. That often means partnering with organizations that both follow guidelines and rules about the status that people may have, but also follows and creates a safe environment for people who live in a place where they're used to their hospital, they trust the people there, but that hospital doesn't have the cancer infrastructure.
What is going on in cancer research now that excites you the most about the possibility of reducing cancer or improving cancer detection and reducing the incidence of cancer?
But what always excites me most is what we can't imagine right now. Most of the really transformational breakthroughs in cancer research and cancer treatment have come from left field that we didn't expect it at all and was a huge breakthrough. Another area that I'm really excited about is new drugs, proteins in general. And most proteins were considered undruggable. We just didn't have the chemistry to make a small molecule, a drug, attack a particular protein. And we have new chemistry, new approaches now to make many of those so-called undruggable targets now druggable. And there is so much creativity going into that field right now that we are creating all kinds of drugs that we couldn't before.
Some people would say the most despised word in the English language is cancer.
Yeah.
When somebody says you have cancer, that's about the worst thing you can hear. How do you tell somebody that they have cancer?
What I would say is that when you have the opportunity to detect a cancer and you're now seeing a patient who's going to get treated, that conversation is a holistic one. It's not only the diagnosis, but it's also that we're here to walk this journey with you.
Now, more than 50 years ago, Richard Nixon declared war on cancer. Have we really made a lot of progress since that war was declared?
When Nixon declared the war on cancer, there was an enormous amount of cancer biology that we just did not understand at that time. And the huge triumph of the war on cancer has been our deep understanding of how cancer works, what causes cancer, and how to treat it. And I would say it has been a success in the sense that we have this tremendous number of new drugs that have been created because of that understanding that now transform the treatment.
I think we're in a golden age. I think we're going to have massive impact over the next 10 to 15 years. Whether we cure it all, I suspect that cancers are pretty smart. There'll be some that we'll still struggle with, but the difficult ones, we will make an impact.
I'm David Rubenstein. This is Bloomberg.
Asia's not sitting around waiting for politics to dictate what's important here. It has already been a leader and is continuing to be so.
People come to me and say, oh, Trump's been, sort of saying, well, we shouldn't be focused on this. But yet the corporate world knows that it needs to support this.
Asia's role in global supply chain allows it to influence the transition in ways that many other regions cannot.
All the companies that I've been talking to they have not stopped the work of looking through their supply chains with ESG in mind, because that is just where the puck is going.
Our focus is really to
understand what are the technologies that are part of our portfolio for the future and scaling those technologies so that we can meet our demand with clean energy.
Resiliency is just not an operational response to what is happening out there. Resiliency could and will be a strategic advantage that companies will start to look at.
There is still hope to actually get back down to something of a livable world if we get our act together.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute energy news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Bersecci in Vienna, and this is Bloomberg.
On this edition of Next Africa, setting up for a big play, the continent's sports economy is dishing out opportunities, and basketball is looking for its investment move. We hear from NBA Africa CEO Claire Akamazi on the league's growing ambition. Plus, as institutional investors increasingly turn their eyes to Africa's booming sports and entertainment markets, we speak with Ibrahim Sanya, executive chairman of Silverbacks Holdings, about how changing ownership rules could open up new pools of capital for various leagues.
These changes that the NBA is proposing is going to make the market bigger, will provide basketball predictable income, and basically more institutional capital will probably show up.
And why the combination of demographics and technology makes Africa ripe for investment, according to Helios founder Topwe Lawani. Welcome to Next Africa. I'm Jennifer Zapasaja. The global sports economy is rapidly expanding, with Africa predicted to be among the fastest growing regions in the world. Take basketball. From Hakeem Olajuwon to Joel Embiid, for decades the continent has produced show-stopping talent who frequently go on to play in the West. Well, now the NBA is doubling down on its efforts to grow the game across the continent, with plans to expand its regional league, homegrown talent, and start selling more franchises. Speaking at the Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver said he sees a major opportunity to build the sport on the continent.
Around Africa, for example, I would say that's one continent where they have not experienced the level of sport investment as other places in the world. But on the other hand, it's an amazing data point that the UN is estimating in just 25 years from now, 40% of the young people in the world will live in Africa. Right. And so we see as the NBA an amazing opportunity.
NBA Africa CEO Claire Akamazi echoed a similar sentiment when we sat down. Akamazi said the league's vision goes far beyond what happens on the court.
The goal is to catalyze economic development using sports and basketball in particular. And so if we are going to catalyze economic development, then we have to look at the whole ecosystem, which is beyond the court. So the court is where action takes place, but the court has very few players that are going to be playing on that court. Look at the NBA, only 500 players on the NBA in the whole world. And so the very best will go to the NBA because it's the elite league that we have. But the goal is to also develop those other opportunities that come with investment in basketball. So there is the league, NBM, there's the BAL. We have, you can play professionally in the BAL. But there's so many jobs and opportunities around all of that. From, if you're a data analyst, if you're a marketing, expert, if you're a technology expert, if you're into AI, if you're into hospitality, restaurants, security, transportation, all those industries thrive when the league thrives. And so this is where we've seen real impact. We've seen in the first 4 years of BAL being in existence, we've seen close to 40,000 jobs being created. We've seen $250 million worth of GDP in just the first 4 years playing in 4 countries. Imagine how much more we are going to do because we are going to do it. It's not if or maybe, we're actually going to do it. Imagine how much more we're going to do when we play in 10 countries, 12 countries, 20 countries. It's going to be a huge, powerful platform for job creation, economic development, and dreams for those who want to play professionally.
How do you get there? That's ambitious.
Yes, it's ambitious, but I think the first 5 years of the BL has shown that it's possible. The first 5 years for me was a very powerful proof of concept. In the first 5 years of NBA investing in the Basketball Africa League in Africa, we've shown that when you build infrastructure, they can be utilized well. So let's build more infrastructure because today we estimate only about 5 countries have arenas that can actually host the NBA standard games. Let's build more of those. That is the work that we have to do. Building an arena is CAP 20 unsafe. It requires investors. It requires governments to work with us. But since we've done it in some countries, let's do it in other countries. It's also going to require more, success stories being shared on what's possible, like Kamal Malwaj. So the girls and boys in school can actually tap into the potential and talent they have to make this happen. But for me, the first thing is really developing the infrastructure because the infrastructure is going to open up all of this, as we've seen in countries like Senegal, South Africa, Rwanda, where jobs are being created because of Basketball Africa League.
Are you eyeing certain markets then for that expansion? Of course, we've talked about the infrastructure part of it and how critical that is. Not all countries, of course, have arenas at this point. What is NBA Africa eyeing, at least in the near term, to expand?
So first of all, we think the potential is in many countries of the African continent, but we see a momentum growing in South Africa. We've been going to play there a couple of times. The media markets and the purchasing power in South Africa is quite strong, and we think that's something that can allow entertainment to be consumed. We see talent in Senegal. We see it in Nigeria.
As far as players,
but also the economics consuming. We don't have an arena in Nigeria, but we know that the day we have an arena in Nigeria, it's going to be a whole different game story. We have an arena in Senegal. We have good talent in Senegal. Angola is the only country in Sub-Saharan Africa that has actually won a championship of BAL. Angola they have the arenas. They have a very strong basketball culture. They've been a champion, but they've also gone to semifinals almost every year. So you can see from the basketball angle, but also from the fandom angle, they're very strong. North African countries are very strong as well. Egypt has won championship for the BAL twice. Libya just won, a team from Libya. Before that, we had Tunisia. And then in East Africa, we see Rwanda and Kenya really, coming. Rwanda has invested a lot in the sports city. We like to give it as an example because it has all the infrastructure. It has brought its talent from a very low base, and now they finished third, which is something that you wouldn't have imagined 5 years ago. Kenya has a lot of potential as well. We have teams being invested in. I just think that today, the potential and momentum we see is at an all-time high. We haven't seen this before, and I think the future is just going to get better.
Are any of those near-term expansion plans, or are they a little bit further out? Some of those countries you were just mentioning there.
So we're working on that already now. Nairobi, Kenya, for example, had their first team last year during the BAL. Before that, they had never had a team in the BAL. And so these are terms that these are plans that we're actually already implementing. And as we go into the future, we actually hope to see more countries really come up with teams that will be playing in the league.
And you called it a startup, or was a startup? Is it still a startup?
So we started during COVID, and then it's 5 years. But already when you see the growth on YouTube last year, we have close to 4 million people watching the games on YouTube. And other than Africa, we had a lot of people watching from the US. The US is one of the markets that we actually have people watching our games. through our NBA app. We've had, in terms of people that attend the games in arenas, yes, the arenas are only 4. We wish we could play in 10 floors, and we'll get there. But even with that, we've seen the number of people that go to watch games from year one grow from 45,000 to 140,000 in less than 4 years.
Still ahead, institutional investors are turning their eyes to Africa's fast-growing sports and entertainment markets. We speak to Ibrahim Sanya, Executive Chairman of Silverbacks Holdings, on the challenges and opportunities for investors and what's next for sports franchising across the continent.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question. Great question. I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Next Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg. The business of sports in Africa is gaining momentum, driven by rising audiences, global partnerships, and a wave of major events across the continent. According to Oliver Wyman, Africa's sports market is already worth more than $12 billion and could exceed $20 billion by 2035. And with major events like AFCON and the Cricket World Cup on the horizon, that growth could accelerate even faster. And as more capital flows into various corners of sports and entertainment, investors are exploring new models, including sports franchising, that could capture more momentum. Ibrahim Sanya, Executive Chairman of Silverbacks Holdings, is one of them. Here's what he told us.
Tech, sports, entertainment, and fashion became subsectors we focused our lens on, because what we wanted to do was to follow a simple idea that we take very seriously, which is that with the advent of technology today, there are businesses based in the African continent that will demonstrate the capability to capture growing pools of foreign-based revenues. And that's true in technology. If you look at the fintech sectors, you have a lot of businesses that capture such stream of income because of remittances. If you look at as well entertainment, you have a lot of movies made in Nigeria that basically are produced in local currency or in South Africa, but they sell the movie to Netflix and collect the proceeds in dollars. So in fashion, the same, but the designers on the continent sell in Neiman Marcus and across a lot of retailers overseas and collect foreign income. In the case of sport, the same has proven true with the arrival of the NBA. And when they came, the team that were selected after the establishment of NBA Africa were able to participate in a tournament called BAL, where each of the participation fees were denominated in dollars. And that allowed us to take a keen interest and take an investment position in a team in South Africa. But we've also expanded that beyond basketball in also fighting leagues in Nigeria, whereby the same is true. There are some fights in the African continent. However, the content is consumed by a lot of people in the US and in Latin America, especially Brazil.
So it sounds like this could potentially be a benefit for
recurring income. So if you look at the NBA at large, it's one of these global leagues that basically provides recurring income to 30 teams. franchise over there. But the same is true with the NFL, the Hockey League, the two other leagues. In essence, if you wanted to look at American major leagues, like families, each league is a massive family that have a set amount of children. And each children gets 7 to 10 years of pre-agreed revenue that emanate from either the media rights or sometimes a complement that comes from a salary cap. So that allows an investor such as ourselves to come into a situation where you get a clear visibility on future revenue. And that's what makes institutional capital highly attracted to such propositions. So what the NBA is preparing to do on the continent will enable more predictability for these properties in terms of revenue.
What can you tell us about your average return on some of these investments that you've made, at least in sports right now?
So in sports, we cannot speak of return so far. Our company, as you know, started this journey in technology. We started investing in 2019. Probably 80% of our portfolio is in technology, most dominantly in technology, fintech. And there, if you want to see the difference in technology, our return are 8 times cash after 9 exits, which is an IRR of 60%. And how we've been able to do it is by starting an emerging fund managers program where we're backing 9 fund managers, boldly look at and try to find the best performing companies that meet our investment criteria. And then we graduate them into our direct portfolio. So our single largest investment behind one company is in fintech. It's a company called Move, where we put well over 30 million in that company alone. When you now compare that to sports, we still have not put to work more than $2 million in a single sports company. So I would say that the days of getting returns from sport properties, we're still very early days, but a few institutional investors like ourselves have started putting a small amount of capital and hoping that these changes that the NBA is proposing is going to make the market bigger, will provide path for predictable income, and basically more institutional capital will probably show up.
Up next, Africa-focused private equity firm Helios Investment Partners has been making big bets on the continent for more than 2 decades. Founder and managing partner Tokwe Lawani explains where he's finding opportunity amid Africa's shifting investment landscape. That's coming up on Next Africa.
You've said 25% last year, I believe, of Google's code is AI generated. You have over 180,000 employees right now. Is it half that in the future?
I expect we will grow from our current engineering base even into next year, right? Because it allows us to do more. Right? I think the opportunity space is also increasing. I just view this as making engineers dramatically more productive, getting a lot of the mundane aspects out of what they do, allowing them to spend on higher value-added tasks. But that means it's an accelerator. People will be able to do more, which means maybe we'll create new products, and hence we will need more people. At least in the near term, to me, it looks like we will expand engineering velocity, and that doesn't mean we're constrained in what we will do. We'll end up doing more as a company as well.
Right.
Okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talked with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
Sometimes in Africa, we really underrate what we have. And it's time we look at ourselves, like I want to do more on this continent. It's time they pay sports attention on this continent. I think we have to be aggressive.
Masai Ujiri, former Toronto Raptors president and co-founder of Giants of Africa, is calling on governments and investors to give sports the attention it deserves, as he sees the creative industries as a medium to create opportunities and jobs for Africa's youth. Masai has been instrumental in growing the game across the continent, from hosting youth basketball camps to developing state-of-the-art facilities that nurture the next generation of talent. He's partnered with Helios Investment Partners, one of Africa's largest private equity firms, to create Zaria Group, which is building sports and entertainment infrastructure across the continent. Helios established its sports and entertainment group back in 2021 and has also invested in NBA Africa and PFL Africa. But beyond sports, the PE firm is known for major investments in Helios Towers, Vivo Energy, and Fari, which are among its most notable exits. I spoke with Topwe Lawani, founder and managing partner of Helios Investment Partners, about where he's finding opportunity amid Africa's shifting investment landscape.
I think that this is a very exciting time for private equity investing in Africa for a couple of reasons. I think what I would say is that the increasing interest in Africa derives from two sources. I think you've got push factors and you've got pull factors. I think on the push side, in the 15 or 12 or 13 years between 2010, the global financial crisis, and a couple of years ago, you had real outperformance in US and European private equity, but substantially all of that outperformance was due to falling interest rates, which of course made debt more available and cheaper, and also with declining discount rates, valuation multiples are going ever higher. So now with that era somewhat behind us, or I think obviously behind us, investors are now interested in markets that are first uncorrelated to the markets of the United States and Western Europe, and where the underlying rates of growth are just stronger. And so naturally that leads to markets, Africa, for example, being prime amongst them. In recent years, India has been capturing a lot of interest, but as the relationship between India and the United States seems to be fraying, a lot more interest is actually being diverted towards the African market. So what we see is growing investor interest in Africa. And on the pull side of it, in terms of the attractiveness of the African market, first of all, as you know, we have extremely interesting and exciting demographics, which, create sort of a good baseload of underlying growth. And we have the trend of urbanization as well, which drives productivity increases. Now, you might argue that neither of those two things are new. They've been happening for quite some time, and they'll happen for a bit long, for more than the rest of our lifetimes. But what is really new, actually, is technology. And this overlay of technology on the demographics and urbanization trend is really having profound impact across many, many industries in Africa. It's lowering the cost of doing business. You look at financial services, for example, where rather than building bank branches and, having people queue up at counters, all of the transactions and savings can happen on the mobile phone. So costs are coming down, addressable markets are growing, and you're really seeing the investable universe for private equity expanding quite dramatically. So that's what excites us. We invest at the intersection of demographics and urbanization trend on the one hand, and technology and innovation on the other hand. So within that space, that overlapping space, we see huge amounts of opportunity, and we're extremely excited.
Do you think, Topwe, though, that there needs to be more development of the secondary markets across the continent in order for, I know Helios is an Africa-focused firm, but for other firms to look at some of the opportunities here, especially in comparison to what they could potentially get in developed markets?
The way we view our role in private equity, certainly in Africa, is our job is to actually identify opportunities, create, put businesses around them, create, strong, well-governed, growing, cash-generative businesses, and hand them over to the, to the rightful owner, which is usually the public markets or strategic investors, strategic buyers. And so when we look at the history of our firm over the last 20 years that we've been doing this, I would say probably 50% of our exits have been to strategic buyers, global multinationals. And about 40% has been, in public markets. We've listed businesses on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, the Kenyan Stock Exchange in Nairobi, the Egyptian Stock Exchange. But on the other hand, we've also exited 3 businesses on the London Stock Exchange, being the larger, more geographically diversified companies. So the development of a secondary market, is a sign of a maturing market, but we don't think it's necessarily the sign of a healthy market. And so we're quite happy with the quality of exits that we have and the transitionary role that we play as providers of capital, know-how, and value add to build really high-quality businesses.
Are you expecting more exits in the near term? I know you can't divulge too much, but what can you tell us?
We are. In fact, we just in the last couple of weeks signed an agreement to sell one of our businesses actually in Nigeria, a very large business, for a meaningful amount of capital. It's been quite a successful investment for us. It's in the energy transition gas infrastructure space, which is a space that we believe in, although for various strategic reasons we have opted to no longer invest in that sector. But we're very proud of that investment. It's created a real champion, and we think it's got a lot of scope to expand not within the Nigerian borders, but also across the West African region.
So I imagine that's on the horizon then for Helio, eventually to go back into Nigeria?
Absolutely. We've got an excellent pipeline now, a pretty full pipeline actually of investment opportunities. Nigeria is let's say punching at its weight in that pipeline, but also other places. I mentioned the investment we just made in Egypt. In the data center space, we've actually just signed another investment, which is I believe in the public domain, to acquire the largest exporter of frozen strawberries, from that country. Interestingly enough, Egypt is actually the largest exporter globally of frozen strawberries. This company in particular is the leading player in that space. And in a world where there's a lot of concern about tariffs and trade barriers, we think from a pure comparative advantage standpoint, that business, stacks up very well. So we're excited. Egypt, Morocco, we've been quite busy in Morocco over the last several years. That remains a very interesting market, as does Kenya, which you alluded to earlier.
And that's Next Africa for this month. But don't forget our weekly podcast for more of what's happening across the continent, available on Apple, Spotify, and wherever you usually get your podcasts. You can also subscribe to our bi-weekly Next Africa newsletter, available on the terminal and website for even more reporting from the Bloomberg team. I'm Jennifer Zapasaja in Johannesburg. We'll see you next time.
Let me break down our CapEx into the buckets that we spend. Big part of it is to expand our reach of fiber. You cannot wait until there is certainty to build that. These have long lead times that require you to have conviction about where demand is going. Another bucket is, as more people are on our network, we also have to add more coverage and capacity. It's almost like a variable expense. Third, we are modernizing our wireless network right now. Through the investments we're making, we are driving down our unit costs over time and providing more capacity to serve the demand that we think is coming.
Do you have less confidence in that 3-year plan now than when you first came out with it, given that some people are having trouble deciding how things are going to look in the next 3 days?
Well, I really don't. I look at the nature of our business. It doesn't matter the economic cycle. This is a critical goods or service, and we have every confidence demand for it will remain. Will it be harder in a more challenged economic environment if that ends up being the case? Of course, but remember, we are investing at record levels. Slight moderations of that would allow us to deliver a lot more incremental cash to the bottom line. So I have every confidence we're going to be able to deliver our guidance.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
The belief for climate change is going down right now. It's going down. And we've tried everything to shame people and blame people and put them in their place and tell them that they're doing things wrong and that they're killing everybody. But if we keep telling them that, then we are going to kill everybody. So we got to figure this out. And we're not going to do it by blaming people who are just trying to wake up, ends meet every day, especially when a lot of those people have the same connection to nature and the environment that we all share here. I hike and I ski and I love the environment just as much as anybody else. But so does somebody who works in an oil field. The Cabela's shopper and the REI shopper want the same things. They want clean air and they want clean water and they want to be able to recreate outdoors. So until we figure out how to get on the same page, we will continue to lose. We cannot afford to lose anymore. We need to build a winning coalition of people across the political spectrum, or we will never create the solutions that we need.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on television.
Hello, welcome to Bloomberg Screen Time. I'm Caroline Hyde.
And I'm Ed Ludlow. We're in the heart of Hollywood, where the icons and innovators driving today's entertainment revolution take the stage to reveal how they're navigating the forces reshaping their entire industry. Take a look.
On the agenda, AI's creative takeover, the streaming wars, and the reinvention of legacy media. And that's where we start with Jimmy Kimmel, the ABC late night host, in conversation with Bloomberg's Lucas Shaw.
You brought up Colbert earlier. You've spoken out a little bit, largely about the coverage. You feel like CBS or someone is putting numbers out there about how much money he's losing, and you think that can't be possible. Why is that?
It's because it just doesn't make any. I know what the budgets for these shows are. I know what I make. I know what Steven makes. I know what the ad sales people make. I know that there are values that nobody bothers to consider, like the affiliate fees that have to be, you have to account for a portion of that when you talk about an hour of television every night, 5 nights a week. So I know that it's not $40 million. Is the show losing money? That I don't know. I can't imagine it's losing a lot of money if it is.
So what is the ballpark, the budget for these shows these days?
$120 million.
And they make about that much, a little more, a little less?
Yeah, I mean, you never really know. If they lost $40 million last year,
they would have canceled it already.
Yeah, they would have sent everyone home.
Okay, so you set me up for that one. Your contract is up next May, I believe.
Yeah.
You gonna stick around past that?
Well, you know, it's funny. I often
answer that question, and then I do the opposite of what I said.
You
I was
previously
going to.
said this is going to be like my last one.
The last 3 contracts, I said this is the last one. So I've learned not to say anything anymore because it upsets my staff, and it's best that I just, when I make a decision, I will make that decision.
You brought up YouTube, which I think a lot of people would say has been sort of one of the primary sources of the downfall of late night over the last little bit. How have you changed your show to kind of appeal to people on YouTube, and why do you think you can't make more money there?
I never have changed my show to make it for YouTube. I'm very conscious of the fact that ABC pays for the show and YouTube pays nothing, and YouTube gets to sell it and keep half the money, and that's quite a deal for them. It really is. But I've never made the show for YouTube. With that said, I love YouTube and I love being on YouTube because all you really want deep down is for as many people to see your stuff as you can. And I know that it has hurt because it is so easy to watch the monologue on YouTube now. I know that it has hurt the ratings, not just for our show, but all of the shows. And maybe that's kind of what has killed late night TV.
Do you feel like there will be, like, The Tonight Show would be the last show to get canceled, I would assume?
Yes, I think so.
Do you think that that show will last a really long time, or do you feel like eventually all these shows go away and have to get reinvented and whatever?
I don't think there's a reason for these shows to go away. You could still have the same format. You could still have a band. You could have all of those things and still do the show for a lot less money. It's just the people aren't going to make it. The host is not going to make as much money, and the audience isn't going to be as big. But that's okay because I mean, I love seeing these, I love the idea that people can make a living with 200,000 viewers every day or every night, and they can talk about weirdly specific things, and those people who are really interested in those weirdly specific things have a place to take those, to absorb that stuff. I think that's great. I love the idea that a 16-year-old can have their own TV show.
To me, Techie is really in service of the content, not the other way around. And we're going to make significantly more shows at Paramount Plus. We are investing in sports rights. When you look at the acquisition of the UFC, that is the largest sport that is basically not shared between multiple platforms. And to basically, and they have 100 million fans. They've grown 25% from 2019 to date. They grew at that level sitting behind a double paywall. So we think when you eliminate that double paywall, it's going to open it up and make it much more accessible. And in addition to that, you look at the overall sports strategy, which cannot be more important to us. Paramount had a really strong fall and spring sports calendar, but really light in the summer.
You have football in the fall, you have March Madness in the spring.
You have the Masters, which we were incredibly proud to be partners with. And now with UFC, we have a year-long sports strategy. And that, in addition to all of the new originals that we're going to be making for P+, there's going to be more content, there's going to be a better tech product that's going to yield additional engagement and scale.
And you're in the fun, spending money, showing people you're here to reinvigorate the company phase. When does the less fun part?
So look, one of the things that I think is actually important is this business can be operated a lot more efficiently than it was operated in the past. And, we've obviously announced, $2 billion in obviously run rate synergies. We've said we're going to meaningfully, obviously, exceed those targets. And from our perspective, we intend to do that as quickly as possible so that we can basically get that behind us and then have the entire team just building for the future.
So one opportunity you took was buying the Free Press. The track record of big media companies like Paramount buying digital media companies like the Free Press is abysmal. At least over the last several years. So why are you buying this company, and what was the thought behind it?
What our goal is in news is we want to become the most trusted nation in news media. That is our goal. And I don't think it's a controversial thing to say right now that the civil discourse that currently exists is not in a great place. And we basically believe in all the things that the Free Press believed in, which is we want to speak to the 70% of the audience that identifies themselves as center left to center right. We believe in the open exchange of ideas and then fundamentally presenting both sides and allowing the audience to ultimately make their determination about how they feel about it, but they're presented with the facts. And we think that the Free Press recognized some of the issues that have been occurring and built a company as part of the solution to them.
What issues are you referring to there?
The notion of really just saying we want to get back into the trust business, we want to get back into the truth business. And in addition to that, when you look at news, right, I cannot properly express how much respect and admiration I have for the legacy of CBS News in 60 Minutes. It's remarkable. But also the company does not have a digital strategy. And one of, which is why the Free Press was a critical part of that acquisition, because you need to be able to meet people where they are.
We haven't talked about your dad at all, who is the biggest shareholder in your company. What advice has he given you about running a big company, and what is the relationship between the two of you like?
My father and I couldn't have a better relationship. We talk just about every day or every other day. Look, he's a pretty phenomenal mentor. I think he has about as good of a track record as you can get for actually creating value. If you look at the growth of Oracle this year, across everything he's done in our businesses, and as well as, our stock has obviously also performed since we closed.
Our North Star is do the work. Keep your head down and do the work. There's always going to be speculation in our business. We're in a massive time of disruption, and everyone's going to constantly be saying, what's going to happen next? Who's going to be there? You can't focus on this. To focus on the work. And I think what's so exciting about Warner Brothers right now, even though it's an over 100-year-old company, we all approach it with like startup energy. So it's actually a really great time to be making movies and TV.
Up next from Screen Time, the unlimited possibilities and potential problems that come with AI.
It's harder.
It's getting harder, and I think pretty soon it'll be almost impossible.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
We have 2 crises, 2 essential crises, and for both it's now or never: democracy and climate, and they are absolutely interlinked, and we have to solve them together. We're losing the democratic infrastructure and norms to deal with the climate, and we're losing the climate stability that is essential for a democracy. We have to solve them together. We've never faced a threat like this to our democracy at a time when it's a perfect storm, at a time when we're being told by climate scientists, some of you may be in this room, that we have to cut our emissions, fossil fuel emissions, in half in 5 years now. When I started to realize what was happening, it was 12 years, and we haven't done it.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizon Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Screen Time. I'm Ed Ludlow.
And I'm Caroline Hyde. Every creator, every leader, every entrepreneur is trying to figure out how AI will change what they do.
For some of them, AI brings opportunity. For others, incredible risk to their content and their bottom line. We begin that discussion with the head of Instagram, Adam Mosseri.
Today on the big platforms like Instagram and TikTok and Facebook and YouTube, I think there's actually a lot of hybrid content. And too often we talk about synthetic content and organic content and never the shoe shall meet. But there's a lot of content where AI is part of the workflow, right? Like you might not even know it. It might be whatever app you're using to do color correction, might be using models to do so. Stamp tool in Photoshop in the old days to get rid of a pimple, those types of things. But that line is going to be more and more blurred. So it's going to be a little bit less like what is organic content and what is AI synthetic content and what the percentages are. I think there's going to be actually more in the middle than pure synthetic content for a while.
do you need to be identifying that something is AI and alerting the audience to it? Or is it all on the creator?
I think that we can do more to identify what was created with AI. We actually, when we first did it, we were using the EXIF data, and a bunch of people got mad at us because Photoshop was exporting content and the AI was part of the flow, and then we were saying it was AI content, but the creator was like, this isn't AI content. But if you actually looked at how the flow was made,
Like they thought Photoshop was AI, or
they had used some tool in Photoshop that triggered that.
Okay.
I think it was Photoshop, maybe it was Premiere, I forget which app. So it's sort of a delicate matter. For what it's worth, though, I think that trying to automatically label everything that was created in some part with AI, particularly when there's a lot of hybrid content where it's only part of the process, is a little bit of, it's not a fool's errand, but it's maybe the wrong focus. I think what's going to happen quickly is that you can still kind of tell when content was created by AI. Not always, but usually.
It's been pretty good. It's harder.
It's getting harder, and I think pretty soon it'll be almost impossible.
Yeah.
And so I think what we need to do is, sure, we can work more on labeling, but we also need to provide more context for people to make more informed decisions about what to believe and to not. So, like the way you think about, literacy for like my kids are young, they're 9, 7, and 5. I need them to understand as they grow up and they get exposed to the internet that just because they're seeing a video of something doesn't mean it actually happened. And when I grew up and I saw a video, I could assume that was a capture of a moment that happened in the real world. And what they're going to need to do is they're going to need to think about who is saying it, who's sharing it in this case, and what are their incentives, and why might they be saying it. And there's going to be way more importance if you're going to make good decisions about what to trust and what to allow to inform your own opinions. We're going to have to shift emphasis away from the content itself, and not to ignore it, but just away from it, and put more on who's saying it and why they might be saying it.
Yeah, but you're doing that as an involved parent.
But as a platform, we can provide context too, right? And we do today, but we can do more. Like today, if you go to my profile, you can go to about this profile. You can see how long I've had this profile, what country I'm based in, how many times I've changed my username, a series of signals that you can use to decide how much you want to trust or not trust, or maybe it's not even about positive and negative. Maybe it's just about my political bias or my financial bias or any other kind of bias.
Yeah.
If you think about AI, I think of it the same way user-generated content 15, 17 years ago came in. It was a source of major friction between the open platforms like YouTube, where I used to work, and the copyright holders. And at that time, we just took what was a major friction and lawsuits, etc., and turned it into a multi-billion-dollar industry. And I think, that was underpinned obviously by something called Content ID, which tracked the copyright and helped apportion the money. But I think of AI as that on steroids, and we just need to figure it out correctly so that, we all participate.
But you say it's going to be a good thing. At the same time, all the record labels are suing Udio and Suno, which are sort of the two big audio AI companies. So why sue them, and how do you think that lawsuit ends?
So there's a very important sentence that we have, which is we reserve our options and, we reserve our rights every time something new is happening. Our strategy around this is 3 L's: license, legislate, and litigate. In that order, preferably. Doesn't always happen that way. Sometimes, they get mixed up, but those 3 are important. We always prefer to license if we can set up the right outcomes. Then, of course, licensing is amazing, and you do that, and we're always open for business. Legislate is important because if you don't have the right construct legislatively, then it's really hard to do licensing agreements in general. And litigate is when everything else fails. So, but sometimes it's upside down in terms of the order.
Yeah. So what, in terms of licensing, what does a good AI licensing deal look like? What is most important to a company like yours?
The best way to think about it is well, you have to think about a couple of things. One, which is you have to think about the input, and then you think about the outputs. On the input side is for training. We maintain that if you want to train on our content, you have to license it, which is the source of our lawsuits, obviously. That you have to license it.
And it seems like most of the AI companies whether it's Suno Audio or OpenAI, do not feel that way?
Yeah, well, we'll see how it works out. That is the point. But we believe that it is absolutely, and we've maintained that is the right way forward. So that's on the input side. On the output side, there's two different types. One, when the music is sort of generic, so it's not recognizable by any artist. There's no name, image, likeness, and voice implicated in any way, so it's more like generic music. But it's based on training on our content. So for us, that's a new revenue stream. Then there's the type of music that implicates name, image, likeness, and voice, and that is very much similar to how UGC worked. And I think there are constructs for it. Obviously, they need to change a little bit, but but we can copy a lot of that.
And so you think that AI music, rather than replace, you think that AI will expand the pie rather than replacing some of what you already have? Because if people are choosing to listen to AI music, doesn't that mean they're not listening to Ed Sheeran, Bruno Mars, Cardi B?
So we believe that in the world of AI, branded, big, recognizable music will become more valuable. There'll be a lot more music, and there'll be a lot more unrecognizable music, which will increase the noise and frustration and all of that. But we believe that music from big stars, recognizable music, so branded IP and music from stars, will actually be more valuable. We believe it so much that us and our partners at Bain Capital have put together $1.2 billion JV to buy copyrights just like that. So it's not just us believing it. We have really smart people on Wall Street who believe.
Just ahead, the CEO is rewriting how the world consumes content.
We've been doing a lot of real hard plumbing work, but now we're getting to a really interesting place where, we're going to deliver more of what our vision of what we should be doing in the space.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. It's the most fascinating time for the global economy in years, and our conversations are front and center.
We're stress testing consequential ideas, and investors around the world are scoring them in real time, helping to translate the policies from Washington into actionable ideas for Wall Street.
It's the morning call you actually want to be a part of.
Separating the signal from the noise, with some fun along the way.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
I'm Alex Rodriguez. And I'm Jason Kelly. And we're back with another season of The Deal.
With athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones.
Some good-looking trophies. 1 and 1 is 3 in sports, not 2. And it's because that 3 is imagination. That 3 is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Badon.
I'm a high-energy board member. I'm very passionate. I have a lot of
Up in our zone.
I want to light fires in people's lives. That is still one of my core mandates for all of my businesses.
Justin Tuck.
I tell all of my friends that play in leagues now, make these relationships now like hot. Don't wait till you're like your 12th year in and you're just hanging on.
Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
他明明瞄准的是对方的脑袋，可子弹却打在了脖子上。亨利是中情局的第一杀手，他枪法入神，弹无虚发，像这次这么拉胯的情况，他以前从来。
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa.
New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
This is Bloomberg Screen Time. I'm Caroline Hyde.
And I'm Ed Ludlow. When Netflix, Spotify, and YouTube built their empires, streaming meant transformation. Now it's the default, not the disruptor.
And with billions of people already streaming their videos, their games, and their music, well, companies are looking for what's next. We'll start that discussion with Netflix co-CEO Greg Peters.
How much more are you going to invest in live events over the next few years? And are there things that you know that you want to add to the service that you don't have right now?
So I would say start with, live we think of as an important additional form of entertainment that we can deliver members. It's sort of a different style of entertainment, where actually it's interesting because in contrast to our on-demand service, which has tremendous benefit because you control the entertainment when you want to watch it, the big benefit of live is that we're all experiencing the same thing at the same time, and that has tremendous sort of social and conversational relevance, right? So we want to do more of it. It represents a very small fraction of our total investment. It represents a small fraction of our total hours, but we think it also does a different job.
One area you're investing a lot of capital right now, or you might quibble with a lot, but it is gaming.
Small fraction of our total investment, but
yes.
I appreciate you saying that.
You've been offering video games for 4 years. What grade would?
A little over 3.
Little over 3. Sorry. Well, what grade would you give your gaming efforts so far?
I'll give us a B-. How's that?
Okay.
Yeah. I would say, look, you want to maybe just start where we're at, right? One, it's a big market, $140 billion ex-China, ex-Russia. That's just consumer spend. That doesn't include ads. So we think it's a real opportunity for us to try and earn a percentage of that over a period of time. A lot of what we've been doing is really just building the foundation, right? We've been doing a lot of real hard plumbing work. But now we're getting to a really interesting place where, we're going to deliver more of what our vision of what we should be doing in the space is. We're also, I think, more clear around what are the gaming areas, back to the more traditional gaming areas that we are operating in. It's a lot of interactive games around our IP. So you think about what we did with Squid Game. I don't know if you saw Thronglets based on the Black Mirror universe, but it's worth checking out because if you're a Black Mirror fan, it's so in universe. And the fans of Black Mirror just loved it because it was like they were having a meta experience there too. But even like Happy Gilmore, we did a golf game with Happy Gilmore that got a remarkable amount of
do most of the people who use Netflix know you offer games?
I would say, that's part of, frankly, what's been hard about this. And I think it's hard for any brand that has a deep, consumer sense of what are you doing for me, right? And then you're like, well, I'm going to do this as well. And it takes a while to really build up that sense of what's happening.
How much is it an impediment that for the most part now you can only play it on your phone?
The phone is, what's great about it is it's a well-developed gaming ecosystem, right? So, folks know to find games there, but it's also a highly competitive gaming ecosystem. So it's developed, this gives you both that upside and that downside. But what's exciting is that now we are moving beyond the phone to the TV. One of the big gaming areas we're going after now is, social gaming experiences that will show up on your TV. So we are now announcing, we're going to announce here actually, that we're going to have these social party games, a pack of social party games that you can play on your TV with your phone as the controller. And it's things like, recognizable games like Boggle, you got Pictionary, we've got a Lego party game, we've got Tetris, we've got like a Mafia style whodunit. And if we, basically are going to unleash this with a bunch of creators, and they're going to go figure out stuff that we didn't even imagine that they can do with that interactivity.
You guys started a business to buy catalogs, manage estates, called Iconic, right?
Correct.
What's the most valuable catalog in the world?
Ooh. I normally would have said Beatles, but I'm not sure that's true anymore. You gotta maybe say Taylor at this point.
So you have David Crosby.
We're a private company, but the press has Beach Boys,
Rod Stewart,
Crosby, Stills and Nash, Linda Ronstadt, Rod Stewart.
Who of all of you made this mess? Speak
I
now.
don't know if it's probably recently acquired a chunk of the Sinatra estate. We have all the Rat Pack. We have Dean Martin. We're very diverse. We have Cher.
Look at this kitchen.
And so when you take something like Sinatra and the Rat
Who
Pack,
of all of you made this mess?
iconic,
Speak
but
now.
not to the name of your company, but not contemporary.
Was it you, baby?
Yeah, iconic. Iconic for me connotates our friends, clients. We think it's iconic. Yeah. We're interested.
So how do you?
It's just not music type, but these estates are badly managed. It's great for estate planning, for some of these older artists especially.
So how do you take a Beach Boys or a Frank Sinatra and make it cool again?
Well, in the case of the Beach Boys, there was a Grammys tribute television show on CBS. There was a Frank Marshall produced directed Beach Boys special, which did big numbers. The Beach Boys are up over double since we got involved with them.
In terms of streaming, in terms of revenue,
revenue, yeah.
Yeah.
That's Bloomberg Screen Time. For more, go to Bloomberg.com. I'm Caroline Hyde.
I'm Ed Ludlow, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Ahmed, only on Bloomberg.
On this edition of Next Africa, setting up for a big play, the continent's sports economy is dishing out opportunities, and basketball is looking for an investment move. We hear from NBA Africa CEO Claire Akamazi on the league's growing ambition. Plus, as institutional investors increasingly turn their eyes to Africa's booming sports and entertainment markets, we speak with Ibrahim Sanya, executive chairman of Silverbacks Holdings, about how changing ownership rules could open up new pools of capital for various leagues.
These changes that the NBA is proposing is going to make the market bigger, will provide path for predictable income, and basically more institutional capital will probably show up.
And why the combination of demographics and technology makes Africa ripe for investment, according to Helios founder Topwe Lawani. Welcome to Next Africa. I'm Jennifer Zapasaja. The global sports economy is rapidly expanding, with Africa predicted to be among the fastest growing regions in the world. Take basketball. From Hakeem Olajuwon to Joel Embiid, for decades the continent has produced show-stopping talent who frequently go on to play in the West. Well, now the NBA is doubling down on its efforts to grow the game across the continent, with plans to expand its regional league, homegrown talent, and start selling more franchises. Speaking at the Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver said he sees a major opportunity to build the sport on the continent.
Around Africa, for example, I would say that's one continent where they have not experienced the level of sport investment as other places in the world. But on the other hand, it's an amazing data point that the UN is estimating in just 25 years from now, 40% of the young people in the world will live in Africa, right? And so we see as the NBA an amazing opportunity.
NBA Africa CEO Claire Akamazi echoed a similar sentiment when we sat down. Akamazi said the league's vision goes far beyond what happens on the court.
The goal is to catalyze economic development using sports, and basketball in particular, And so if we are going to catalyze economic development, then we have to look at the whole ecosystem, which is beyond the court. So the court is where action takes place, but the court has two players that are going to be playing on that court. Look at the NBA, only 500 players on the NBA in the whole world. And so the very best will go to the NBA because it's the elite league that we have. But the goal is to also develop those other opportunities that come with investment in basketball. So there is the league, NBM, there's the BAL. We have, you can play professionally in the BAL. But there's so many jobs and opportunities around all of that. From, if you're a data analyst, if you're a marketing, expert, if you're a technology expert, if you're into AI, if you're into hospitality, restaurants, security, transportation, all those industries thrive when the league thrives. And so this is where we've seen real impact. We've seen in the first 4 years of BAL being in existence, we've seen close to 40,000 jobs being created. We've seen $250 million worth of GDP in just the first 4 years playing in 4 countries. Imagine how much more we are going to do because we are going to do it. It's not if or maybe, we're actually going to do it. Imagine how much more we're going to do when we play in 10 countries, 12 countries, 20 countries. It's going to be a huge, powerful platform for job creation, economic development, and dreams for those who want to play professionally.
How do you get there? That's ambitious.
Yes, it's ambitious, but I think the first 5 years of the BL has shown that it's possible. The first 5 years for me was a very powerful proof of concept. In the first 5 years of NBA investing in the Basketball Africa League in Africa, we've shown that when you build infrastructure, they can be utilized well. So let's build more infrastructure because today we estimate only about 5 countries have arenas that can actually host the NBA standard games. Let's build more of those. That is the work that we have to do. Building an arena is CAP20 unsafe. It requires investors. It requires governments to work with us. But since we've done it in some countries, let's do it in other countries. It's also going to require more, success stories being shared on what's possible, like Come and Watch. So the girls and boys in school can actually tap into the potential and talent they have to make this happen. But for me, the first thing is really developing the infrastructure because the infrastructure is what is going to open up all of this, as we've seen in countries like Senegal.
Wait, you're listening.
You're listening to Radio Lab.
Radio Lab.
From
WNYC.
See?
This is Radio Lab. I'm Molly Webster. I'm going to open up the show today with deep sea explorer and oceanographer Edie Witter.
I'm still here, ready to go.
Why don't you tell me how you bumped into our friend?
Our friend, the giant squid?
No, our friend, the anglerfish.
Oh, the anglerfish.
I'm here for the small.
Got you.
I called Edie because I wanted to talk to her about anglerfish and this kind of weird thing I'd heard about their immune systems and how they mate with each other.
Wanted to be, but never.
But then Edie wooed me with a story that had to do with none of that, about being a grad student in the 80s, working on the back of a boat and pulling sea creatures out of the deep.
I was going to sea on ships with scientists who had developed a way to bring animals up from the deep alive. So they usually come up dead when you bring them up in the net because of temperature changes. They're basically cooked alive.
Oh, wow.
So he had developed what was called a thermally insulated closing caught end that went on the end of a net. And so you'd bring them up and they'd still be alive. So, they'd be swirling around in that tub and you'd have to plunge your hand into this icy cold water and your hand would go to completely numb. And one of the first animals I pulled out was this bright red shrimp about the size of a hamster, and it was squirting neon blue light out of tubes on either side of its mouth. And it pooled in my hand and then dripped between my fingers back into the tub. It was astonishing.
What was it like to hold dripping light?
I can't describe it any other way. I mean, it was cold light, and it was brilliantly blue. If you're fully dark adapted, bioluminescence can look very bright. And it went on glowing in the water and then kind of swirled around and disappeared.
Wow, I can't even, because I guess I always think of light or something that creates light as like in a container, like almost like a light bulb has a border. I never think of it as like oozy.
Oh, for me, it was revelatory. I just couldn't believe that all of this existed. And, you know, at that time, you could pick up a marine biology textbook and find no mention of bioluminescence.
No way. Oh, really?
Yes. It's not that they didn't know about it, it just didn't think it was very important.
After that experience, Edie spent the next 40 years and counting, because she's still going, chasing the light, diving into the ocean over and over and over again in search of creatures that glowed like the shrimp. How many times have you gone down 3,000 feet in the ocean?
I stopped counting after about 300.
300?
I'm in the hundreds, definitely.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, so many things I've seen from submersibles that I'm pretty sure nobody's ever seen.
Edie has plunged into the unknown in a way that few people on the planet ever have. And so I very quickly abandoned my sort of anglerfish interest, and I just followed her into the deep, into a world of brilliance and color where light suddenly comes to life.
My first open ocean dive was in the Santa Barbara Channel. I was testing this diving suit called WASP that was developed by the offshore oil industry for diving on oil rigs down to 2,000 feet.
Is it like you're in like an astronaut suit that you can like control?
Yeah, it's exactly like an astronaut suit. It's got a plexiglass bubble for the head, Michelin Man arms, no legs for walking on the bottom, just a pod with thrusters that are attached to it, and you control the thrusters with foot switches on the bottom of the suit. It's like being in a fishbowl, but the fish are on the outside and the people are on the inside.
You're the fish.
Yep.
Wait, your first like big dive was in this like Marshmallow Man suit?
Yep. But that first dive was just to be to 800 feet to make sure I wasn't going to have a claustrophobic meltdown.
Oh my God, you are so gutsy. Did you get nervous?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was nervous. It was an early evening dive, and they lowered me off the back of the ship. And
I'm just imagining kind of an ungainly splash when you hit the water.
Yeah, that's about right. And they got down to 800 feet, and I turned out the lights. And I was instantly in the center of this fireworks display. And I was just blown away by how much light there was all around me. Just sparkles and glows and squirts.
Squirts?
Squirts. All of it, different shades of brilliant, brilliant blue.
Oh, blue.
All blue.
Oh. I was imagining yellow.
No, blue is the color that travels farthest through seawater, and so most of it by far is blue.
And is it pointillistic glowing? Like, is it dots, or is it like
some of it's
long
dots,
streaming things?
Some of it's like a little smoke cloud, or it can be a little cloud of particles.
That's so cute.
The weirdest thing for me, though, was that when I turned on the lights, there was almost nothing in the water column that I could identify as a potential source for all this luminescence that I was seeing. But you couldn't see it with the lights on.
You have to turn the lights off to actually see what you want to see.
Right.
And could it all have been the same thing, or do you think it was many different things?
That first dive, it was many different things, but I was just overwhelmed by how much luminescence there was, and my brain was racing as they pulled me up, because I just thought, you know, this is so important, but how the hell do you study it if you turn on the lights and there's nothing there?
And why did you think it was so important?
Because it takes so much energy to produce light, to use that much energy, so critical to life, that, I mean, there's no question this had to be about life or death. There have been experiments that have been done that have found, for example, if you starve bioluminescent copepods, they will give up the ability to make eggs before they give up the ability to make light.
Wow.
Because they use their light for defense in that particular case. And so they can't live without their bioluminescence.
Wait, so yeah, tell me about the different ways these animals use bioluminescence.
So one way is to find food. So a lot of them have, like fish and squid and shrimp, that have built-in light organs next to their eyes that they use like flashlights to be able to see in the dark. There are animals that have oddly shaped light organs that allow the male to find this female of his species to mate with, so to attract a mate. There's animals that will use every light organ they've got, which may have many different functions, but they'll flash like crazy if they're caught in the clutches of a predator, because their substance is functioning as what's known as a bioluminescent burglar alarm. It's meant to attract the attention of larger predators that may attack their attacker and therefore afford them an opportunity for escape. And then there is a huge amount of it that's used for camouflage, something that's called counter-illumination. A lot of them will produce bioluminescence from their bellies that exactly matches the color and intensity of sunlight filtering down from above to camouflage their silhouette. And if a cloud goes over the sun and dims the sunlight, they dim their bioluminescence.
That quickly? Respond that quickly?
Absolutely. The cookie cutter shark, which is one of my favorites, produces bioluminescence from its belly. It's the most perfect counter-illumination pattern you've ever seen, because the light organs are so small that it just completely disappears. It's the perfect cloaking device.
But like, if the sun is passing over and then a cloud passes over the sun, like, how does it sense like the right amount of light shift that must occur and then quickly adapt it?
Well, that's
like, how can it read the light?
That is an excellent question. So some of them actually have a light organ above their eye that they can see. They can see that light organ relative to the background light to be able to adjust to exactly match. Some of the others, we're not sure how they do it because they don't seem to have a sensor system, a feedback like that.
Edie just kept going back again and again to how much we don't know about the deep sea, like how light is used, how light is made. And then she had so many cool, weird stories about like these convoluted, almost gothic light organs.
There is one type of anglerfish known as the bearded sea devil.
Okay.
It's got a luminescent lure on its forehead to attract food, the way most anglerfish do, but it's got a chin barbel on its chin. And the absolutely insane thing about this is not only that it's got these two completely different light organs on its head, but the one coming out of its chin is intrinsic chemistry, luciferin and luciferase. But the one coming up out of its forehead is bioluminescent bacteria.
The anglerfish literally has kind of a bobble that comes out over its forehead and has bioluminescent bacteria tucked inside of it.
Right.
Where does the bacteria come from? Like, does it find the fish early in life, or is it like birthed with the fish?
Well, a lot of these bioluminescent bacteria are available in ocean water, and so it's thought that they pick the bacteria up from the environment. But the weird thing about bioluminescent bacteria is bacteria glow all the time because their light output is linked to their what is basically their breathing, their respiratory chain. So as long as they've got enough oxygen, they just go on glowing. So some of these anglerfish control the light output by just controlling the amount of oxygen. I mean, it's different in different fish. Some of them do it by having a mechanical shutter that just covers the light organ.
Almost like an eyelid?
Yes, there's some flashlight fish that have an eyelid that closes up over the light organ to be able to block out the glowing bacteria. There's others that roll the whole light organ back into their head, like the headlights on your Lamborghini.
What?
Yep.
I just think of light as like so passive in a way. Like the fact that it's so active and alive feeling.
That's exactly right. I've always taken bioluminescence as an indicator of life. And I think it's got a lot to tell us about life in the ocean.
Like what?
Where it is?
Yes.
How the
For
how
sure.
the carbon pump is functioning. You know.
But like those are, but even more than that, it feels like almost the idea of having another eye on my body that is searching around and reading the environment and then changing what I look like to match that environment. It feels like super intelligence.
It's super evolution.
We'll be back in just a minute.
I have one answer for a question you didn't ask.
Ooh. Oh, please tell me. I love those.
Is how did bioluminescent bacteria come to be?
This is Radiolab. I'm Molly, and we are back with Edie.
Because this was a hotly contested topic when I was a graduate student, because the conundrum was that a single bacterium does not produce enough light to be seen by any known organism. So how could there be a selective advantage to producing light? How could it ever be selected for? Well, there were some experiments done a few years back by some Polish scientists where they had light-producing bioluminescent bacteria and a dark strain, and they mixed them together, and when they grew them in a dish, the dark strain always overgrew the light strain because it takes energy to produce bioluminescence. So further questions about, what could possibly be the selective advantage when it's energetically costly to produce light. But if they irradiated that dish then with UV light, then suddenly the thing flipped, and now the light-producing cells had the advantage, and they overran the dish. And it turned out the reason was an enzyme called photolyase that repairs DNA damage from UV light, which happens in the upper ocean. And so the light produced by a single dinoflagellate was enough to activate this light-activated enzyme called photolyase. And so the selective advantage had nothing to do with vision initially. It had to do with protection against UV light.
So hundreds of millions of years ago, there were these tiny cells out in the ocean, and they glowed. And even though no one could see it, it made a difference because it let them heal their DNA that was damaged by the sun. But as these creatures went deeper and deeper into the ocean, the sun started mattering less, and the glow started mattering more. They could use it to lure and to lie, to hunt or mate or survive. And it's into this world that Edie goes, basically just to observe and study it, until one day, almost by accident, she becomes a part of it.
In 1985, I got to pilot a single-person submersible called Deep Rover. And what I discovered with that, which was a major breakthrough in understanding the nature of the visual environment in the deep sea, was if I trimmed the sub out to neutral buoyancy and just made it as dark as I possibly could. I had black tape, so I blackened out any little indicator lights. And I waited, and I waited, and I waited. Nothing. Just as black you can imagine. But if I activated the thrusters, there would be these vortices of light swirling up out of the thrusters and particles streaming back over the sphere and just light all around me. With later dives, I discovered that I could also stimulate it by turning the lights on and off. I think it was probably one of the pilots that led me to it originally, where you just flick the lights on and off, and everything surrounding you seems to come on in unison. And then fade out in unison. It's a phenomenon we call the flashback phenomenon.
And how long is the flash that you put out?
It'd be on, off, and on the second flash, you are surrounded by all of these things lighting up we actually don't know what is flashing back at us, which makes it even more intriguing. But I think what I'm seeing with the flashback is bioluminescence in marine snow. Marine snow are all of these particulate organic matter that filters down through the ocean and is the base of the food web in the deep ocean. So plankton photosynthesizing at the surface die, and as they sink through the ocean, they often are described as looking like marine snow, these flocculent white particles. And some marine snow is bioluminescent. And it seems to be bioluminescent because of bacteria. And so when you bump the particle, you're producing oxygen into the marine snow environment, and you create light.
I see.
I think the reason that the light stimulus works is because there are cyanobacteria also in marine snow, and you're activating photosynthesis, which produces oxygen.
And do you think it's all marine snow that's doing the flashback, or are there other creatures that are also doing it?
It's mostly the marine snow. We would occasionally see something identifiable like a tomopterid worm. That was particularly recognizable because it's yellow, almost looks like gold. It's so beautiful.
Edie doesn't know for sure what's happening, but she thinks that the flashback is a natural phenomenon, that it's actually something that's happening between the deep sea creatures when she's not there. So a fin brushes the water and mixes in oxygen, and it gets bacteria to light up. Or a light on a fish's belly flashes and it makes photosynthesis happen, and again the world comes alive. And Edie believes that this back and forth with light is not accidental, but that it's purposeful.
The bacteria glow in order to be eaten. They want to be eaten, excuse the anthropomorphism, but it is to their advantage to be eaten because then they are reintroduced into the food-rich environment of a fish gut.
And that when she does that flashback with the creatures in the deep sea, in a sense, she's become one of them. So her submarine thruster is like a fin, or her flashlight is like a lure. And in those moments, she's become part of the dance.
It's just such a remarkable feeling. I'm not a poet, but there's no question I feel a tremendous sense of awe. Very often the feeling of, I want to stay here, I want to understand this. I mean, that's key to who we are as human beings, is, we were born as strangers in a strange land. We don't know anything when we're born, and our survival on the planet has been to explore the world around us and share that information. And I think that there's something very innate in us that responds to it. And the others that I have shared it with have had the same experience.
I don't have a ton of experience with bioluminescence, but one story always sticks with me, which is, and I've never seen this happen before, but I grew up in kind of rural Ohio, in farm country, and we had a pond, and my parents sold the property that we grew up on. And my very last night at the property, I went out for a walk at night. Like, I loved walking around in like the woods and listening to night creatures and stuff. And so I went for a walk, and I walked down to the edge of the pond, and the whole edge where the water met the soil was all lit up.
Glowing?
And yeah, it was like all bioluminescing. And
that had to be bacteria.
And like, where would it suddenly come from?
Well, something organic in the water, but it's surprising. You don't see that very often. Wow, that's an interesting story, actually.
It was so beautiful, and I actually went back inside and woke my parents up, and we all marched down to the pond and just stood there and like looked at this glowing.
See, now there's a mystery that needs to be solved. I can't tell you for sure what that was, but
it's so powerful.
I think it's interesting that people that have had interactions with bioluminescence often rank them as their most meaningful lifetime experiences that they carry with them throughout their lives. It's interacting with with life. It's life illuminated. And there's this interactivity to it where you're making things happen. You're in a bioluminescent bay, and you run your hand outside your kayak, and off of every fingertip, you've got sparkles. It's like being Merlin.
Yeah, there is like a deep communicate. It almost feels like you're like saying something to each other.
Yeah.
That
It's a form of communication. I've somewhat provocatively tried to claim several times that it may be the most common form of communication on the planet. Partly depends on how you could define communication. But
And what do you think you're communicating, and what do you think it is communicating back to you?
I'm most focused on what it's communicating back to me. I have no idea.
Okay.
Actually, there have been a few times when I've communicated with luminescent animals, and in one case, there were some deep sea shrimp that I was getting a great response out of, and I had no idea what I was saying, but I was pretty sure it was something sexy.
Why?
Because that was the kind of response you'd expect from a crustacean that was responding to a
titillated.
Yeah, it was putting out a string of dots in the water.
A string of glowing dots?
Glowing pearls, yeah.
And that's what it does when it's like turned on, when it's like, hey, come hither?
Yeah.
So you do believe that there's like some sort of messaging in the light? Like that,
there
that
can
you...
be, yes. And definitely some of these animals have pretty elaborate displays. And I think they're communicating something important, but we have done so little actual observing that most of it's guesswork.
And so when you're like down there flashing, you're like, I'm going to flash 3 times, and I don't know if in shrimp language that means something. Just see what happens.
Yep. Best job in the world.
This episode was produced by Maria Paz Gutierrez with original reporting and production help from me, Molly Webster. I want to thank Dr. Edie Witter, who is the CEO and Senior Scientist at the Ocean Research and Conservation Association. If you're interested in seeing more of Edie's work, it just so happens that there is a documentary that is soon to drop about her. It's currently making the rounds at festivals. It is called A Life Illuminated. It's by our friends over at Sandbox Films and director Tasha Van Zandt. And Edie says it has some of the best underwater footage of bioluminescence ever recorded. But you know what? If you're too impatient to wait for that documentary, if you just want to go see it all,
You can totally do that,
Wait, how?
Oh, there's commercial operations.
Like, how deep do they go?
2,000 feet.
Are these gonna cost me like $50,000? It seems like
might be right. Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Well, I'll work on that public radio team.
Good luck.
If you are interested in more deep sea stuff, Radiolab has got the content for you. I would say go check out Octomom, which is about an octopus and her brood of eggs. It also happens to feature a diving buddy of Edie's. And then we also produce something called The Darkest Dark, which is about darkness. And it features a former mentee, now colleague of Edie. Because apparently nothing happens in the deep sea that Edie Witter doesn't know about. I don't actually know if that's true. But for now, I will just say thank you so much for listening. This is Radiolab. I'm Molly Webster. Goodbye.
Hi, I'm Basit Kari and I'm from Somerset, New Jersey, and here are the staff credits. Radiolab is hosted by Lulu Miller and Latif Nasser. Soren Wheeler is our executive editor. Sarah Sandbach is our executive director, and our managing editor is Pat Walters. Dylan Keefe is our director of sound design. Our staff includes Simon Adler, Jeremy Bloom, W. Harry Fortuna, David Gable, Maria Paz Gutierrez, Sindhu Niasambandam, Matt Keelty, Mona Medgavkar, Annie McEwen, Alex Neeson, Sarah Kari, Anissa Vitsa, Ariane Wack, Molly Webster, and Jessica Young, with help from Rebecca Rand. Our fact checkers are Diane Kelly, Emily Krieger, Anna Pujol Massini, and Natalie Middleton.
Hi, I'm Maddie, and I'm from Frederick, Maryland. Leadership support for Radiolab's science programming is provided by the Simmons Foundation and the John Templeton Foundation. Foundational support for Radiolab was provided by the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation.
신작归属다 이수용
现在他们两个人都在他们的浪直播，我很饿了，我很饿。没事。我很喜欢模仿恩惠。밥 먹으러 갈 건데요. 밥 먹으러 갈 거예요.
都没有我，
因为你们两个人都在直播。
我没有啊，我可以走啊。
那你想一起吃吧？
是你的直播，不是我的直播。
直播，所以这个是为了你们的 YT 频道。我现在要去。
去吃饭。好吧，那你会买鸡排回来给我吃吗？
你想吃吗？好。
耶，其他的也可以。
哇！不是，我没有钱。
你没有钱？
他们的 YT 频道的钱。
我？好，那你要跟
那个，因为拍这个影片的理由是为了他们。
对，
他们跟他们
拿钱。恩惠，谢谢。
谢谢恩惠，谢谢恩惠，谢谢恩惠，谢谢恩惠，谢谢恩惠，谢谢恩惠，谢谢恩惠。
现在很晚了，快去快回。
可以，这里是台湾，很安全的。啊，你的意思是三个鸡排？三个鸡排。
不要乱骂。
不是不贵的，三个鸡排。好，我听得懂。这里是台湾，你要学中文。三个鸡排，我听得懂。好，三个鸡排。好。
你也听得懂对不对？
听得懂啊。
好，
我也是。
好厉害。所以啊，你现在在直播吗？
直播。
真的。那个时候你关你的直播吗？因为我现在要去吃食物，因为食物，吃的东西。
吃的东西
食物。
东西米就是食物吗？
食物는 음식할 때 식이고 그 물건할 때 물.
음식을 사러 간다고?
음식 밥 먹으러 갈 거예요. 吃饭. 응.
너 혼자?
뭐 이거를.
그래서?
너.
자랑하라고 온 거야?
不是 그냥.那你想跟我一起去吗？不是。那你现在在直播，所以虽然你想去，可是你不会，对不对？
같이 가줘야 되는 거야?
아니요.
아니? 不是，不行。
好。
自行出去，自行出去。
你们可以看我吗？这里可以，对不对？好。我刚刚到了今天我要去的餐厅。这个餐厅是我们的 OM 的公司的人，再一次，我们的公司的人推荐的餐厅。他说这里是很安静，可是很好吃。但其实我刚刚看了餐厅里，但这里已经有客人，怎么办？我一个人自己可以，还是吗？怎么办？我很害羞，我的性格很内向的，我是很内向人，怎么办？等我一下，我再一次看一下。这个是跟我家里的医生机一样的。这里是台湾的热炒店，这里是在这里我会喝酒。平时的话我不太喜欢喝酒，但这里是台湾的热炒店，所以我要喝一下，这是一点点一杯的。我听说在台湾最好吃的啤酒是这个，我还不太清楚这里有一个，然后这叫什么，所以我要给这个照片，你们有没有这个吗？真的没有丝瓜贴，怎么办？但这里有，当然台湾啤酒，像一杯。谢谢。这个啤酒是我们的酒店老板姐姐广告的啤酒。欧会每次喝啤酒的时候，他会开这个 但对我来说，这个是不可能，不用被子。我想也着跟老板姐姐一样，啤酒广告不是啤酒，那个酒的广告。我懂酒的广告，未来可能做酒广告，因为我觉得那个酒的广告是真的大人的感觉，大人成人。我常常说大人，但我最近学了成人大人，那个是比较好，那个是。大人、成人都可以，成年人大。那我是成人吗？大人吗？我是宝贝。太饿了。比较他们3个人，不是3个人，虽然不喜欢喝酒，恩惠跟九弟每次那个吃好吃的东西的时候，他们每次说哦，这个是很好吃。我想，我刚刚变成想喝酒，我到底会比较他们？我想喝酒，但一点点的，因为我不喜欢啤酒，不是不喜欢，因为未来我可能收那个啤酒的广告，不好意思，这个是我的秘密。我想给你们看一下，每次学习中文的时候，我一直忘了声调，怎么办？等我一下，为什么很好吃？其实今天我还没吃饭，所以这个是我今天的第一次吃饭，因为这个是我今天的第一次，还是这个是真的很好吃。等我一下，九弟跟恩惠每次一边吃饭一边喝酒的时候，他们每次说这样的，吃一口吃的东西，不是吃一口食物，然后一口啤酒。いましらに。恩惠每次说那个一边吃饭一边喝啤酒的时候，他每次说那个常常说，哦，这个是很好吃，那个这个啤酒帮食物冲下去，你们听得懂吗？冲下去，这个啤酒冲下去，喉咙感 经感觉那个这种的感觉，听得懂吗？我相信你们听得懂，因为你们是台湾人，是外国人。啤酒放食物冲小，很好看，好漂亮。我的印象中最漂亮的。超好吃呢，超好吃呢。这个是叫花叫我，这个是超好吃呢，超好吃呢。这个是那个听起来日文的感觉。那我觉得台湾、日本、韩国三个的食物都有自己的那个特别。日本的话一点点咸，但我喜欢，对我来说，我喜欢咸的食物，但大家都觉得日本的食物是一点点咸，但清淡的感觉，一点清淡的感觉。韩国的话，当然辣，红色的都很辣，更好吃。当然，韩国的食物也很好吃，但我不喜欢泡菜，我不喜欢。那台湾的话，台湾有全部。这个的话，我觉得对我来说，这个是一点点辣。不知道，我不知道这个是不是红色，但为什么一点点辣的口味？这个米饭的话，这个是清淡的感觉，我觉得。见下下厨的话，这个是就超好吃，好好吃。这里有全部鸡蛋、虾球。不好意思，我不喜欢这个，很辣。我去门口的时候，大家都说那个事情别忘记买那个鸡排，我们也很饿，别忘记。但我觉得不是鸡排，这里的食物，我觉得他们更喜欢这里的食物比较鸡排，因为鸡排的话，鸡排是我们一直会吃，但这里的食物是真的台湾热炒店的食物，真的好吃的食物，菜好吃的食物，然后他们都喜欢热炒店。素勇的话，虽然素勇不喜欢喝酒，跟我一样，但素勇很喜欢台湾热炒店的食物。他们每次去热炒店的话，他们一直点那个豆腐的食物，但这里有吗？我点食物的话，我没看了。我要问老板。 走，
带走。
对。每次这样的时候我很紧张，因为我是内向人。你耳朵괜찮아요？
可以，哪可以？
但就是。
我就有的不行。
到
是不行，保护光。
真的可以吗？
可以。看什么看？不要，是什么？
你要看吗？
啊，全部我的。
不是你的全部，大家的。家的。这个是很好吃。
你吃过吗？
我已经吃过了。
现在你吃。
对。我们的公司 OM 的公司们推荐的热炒店。
我期待。
你期待吗？
对。뭐야？这样子吗？돼지고기야？这样子？오징어다。
뭐였더라？
너 먹고 남은 거 넣은 거야？
新的。
真的。
真的新的。
哇！
今天为了你们的 YT 频道，我拍了影片。
谢谢。恩惠妈妈礼数耶。
Hey everybody, welcome back to Video Game SO. Dear, you know what time of the month it is? It's time for the new MAME release. MAME 282 is out and it brings a ton of improvements to a lot of your favorite 3D platforms on MAME. And recently in 2025, 3D platforms have been getting a lot of emulation updates, so we're going to be going over everything of note in MAME this month. Before we get too far involved though, do me a huge favor, go down below, hit like and subscribe, and ring that notification bell. Definitely helps us out. And if you feel so inclined and want to support the channel, you got a Patreon link down below as well. But right off the top, let's get into some Sega Model 2 improvements. Because last time we talked about Virtua Fighter 2, it definitely ran well, but there were a lot of graphical glitches. Wouldn't make the game really unplayable in any way, shape, or form, but it was one of those things. It wasn't really keeping up with real Sega Model 2 hardware or the Model 2 emulator standalone. But there's definitely been a lot of improvements under the hood when it comes to Model 2 emulation in MAME this month. Although there have been a few regressions as well, but that's kind of part and parcel the development process and how it works. For everything you improve, something might break, and so you take a look at why that broke and then basically string it all back together again. But I will say the performance here in Virtua Fighter 2 is way better than it was last month, and definitely the month before that, because we got a lot more graphics here, a lot of the texture filtering is in place, and basically all of the things that make the Model 2 look are going to be in place at least for Virtua Fighter 2. Leave a comment down below and you tell me if you've been playing Model 2 on MAME.
好，我们下一组欢迎娱乐时代的强力喜剧，欢迎他们。大家好，我是金儿，我是娱乐时代的强力喜剧。哇，第一次有动作，实在有点尴尬。这个完全是你想的嘛？行，我觉得这个东西很帅，大家觉得还 OK 吗？谢谢，大家也是蛮配合的啊。谢谢。娱乐时代的全新组合强力喜剧在这边跟大家见面了，大家好。听起来超像什么清洁产品？对，我们就是奔着这个清洁产品的业配去，感觉我们的段子都要非常的干净，成为漫才圈的一股清流。好来，先跟大家聊聊我刚交，不要。刚才讲完说干净，现在讲这个太奇怪了，不要讲这个。这样啊，最近刚交女朋友，对，完全听不懂。什么屁孩式的谐音对话，现在完全不知道这个词是什么意思。像，不要羡慕我，很有幸福，你也可以啦，迟疑了吧？可以了，开口我讲啊，完全觉得不可以吧？像，不要再用那种摩托车发动的声音叫我，是学长，不是学啊，连知跑去哪里？学长啊，为什么发不出知的音啊？学啊。我们换一个词好不好？来，蜘蛛试试看。为什么 像，可以了。学长，把你的指甲都安上面去好不好？我知道了。你不想我叫你学长对不对？并没有，你要叫我团长也可以。重点是把蜘蛛，不要叫我蜘蛛啊！虽然很多只没有错啊，就很 juicy 啊，不是那个多只啊。不要再玩什么juicy，不是这样子啊，什么台式英文啊？我们今天是来谈恋爱的，不要搞得这么暧昧，不要搞得这么暧昧，是来谈恋爱这个主题。需要，你也知道，我是一直很想拥有那种长久稳定的感情。哦，对，这个喜德的感情都比较短命一点。对，我最近第一次破这种1周年。哇塞，各位，你们不知道喜德他是交往那种1周内快乐。1周内什么单位？连7天都不到吗？而且1周有什么好值得纪念的？1周可是连牵手都还有国旗。这是什么青少年式的恋爱？没有，我听到他的名字，我觉得国旗太敏感了，超级敏感的。不然你来试一下。不要在台上吃这种东西啊！说什么东西？是什么啊？这么兴奋啊！好，你女朋友名字叫什么？这么正式啊？陈，是在克制自己吗？不舒服就不要试了，好不好？君，我绑个鞋带。绑什么鞋带啊？鞋带就绑好了嘛，这是在压制自己勃起的样子嘛。而且是叫陈怡君吗？这个名字有够常见，一天上勃起几次？不是，你连女朋友的名字都不能讲，那是什么佛地魔？我绑个鞋带。佛地魔，感觉吗？太奇怪了吧？太敏感了吧？你知道，每次看哈利波特都会看准。不要把哈利波特当成一边看，有够讨厌的。香，你要教我怎么样才能维持长久的关系？好，我跟你讲啊，我觉得谈恋爱2个人保持新鲜是很重要。边进冰箱，它不是鱼啊。2个人的关系呀，2个人都要进去哦。才不是。遇到什么问题？我是说生活中彼此给彼此一点惊喜。这太帅了。新学的魔术，我要看。哇，好葱啊！我以为通常会是玫瑰嘛。不要咬在那个草里面，不要吃下去，牙的，超讨厌。不喜欢啊？不喜欢，怎么会是葱啊？哦，蛤蜊啊！为王戒指啊！那你将徒手掰开也太厉害了吧？到底怎么办到？为什么都是些奇怪的东西啊？没办法，冰箱不是那么多东西。我们在冰箱里面，超奇怪 ，surprise， 对不对？惊喜的这个离奇程度可不可以降低一点？就比如说我来探班就好。baby， 工作辛苦喽，我泡了一杯热拿铁。哦，大中午在工地就是来杯热拿铁。大热天的工地吗 ？baby， 你的爱心我干了，不要干掉，我超厉害的。baby， 在这里。烫伤了。不要搞得我很不贴心好吧？来，我换个简单点，来，我们换一个冰的真奶，好吗？我们来探班，小张你工作辛苦吗？是不是想给我惊喜啊？对。赶快呢？哦，结果我有加料 surprise。是吗？汤圆吸不到，绝对吸不到。这是什么猪肉水饺？不可能啊！想象猪的后腿肉去做的，非常有嚼劲。不要吃的津津有味啊！加在真奶里有够恶心的。重点是没有羊骚味。不会有，猪肉水饺，这边非常新鲜哎。不是，不要突然间时尚玩家起来，好奇怪。像，这就是新鲜感，才不是。算，我觉得你跟那个怡君是吧？你们2个就随。这样，没感觉啊？陈君，没感觉了吗？也太快了吧！香。现在不要给我有感觉。我们所在意的尺度，就这么用力的被砸在地上。
哎呀，这也本来就很正常嘛，这个谁？男生没有经历过这些，这个女生也要理解。男生
现在不是做机会教育的时候，静儿是不是演女生演一个人上戏？
可是女生真的会这样吗？
静儿认识的可能就会这样。跟历代交往都这样，静儿。要吃什么？ 们下一个环节来到天外飞来一笔。在天外飞来一笔这个环节呢，我们将会分成2队，目前是由强力喜静以及巧巴打一队，另外一边则是荣丹丽以及福利男孩。
嗨，你好，谢谢你。
怎么感觉刚认识啊？
刚聊起来了，为什么聊起来啊？
气势很低，怎么回事啊？太不熟了。好，那在演出前呢，各位观众有拿到纸条哈，等会儿呢会在场上上演一出即兴剧。
We're screwed. It becomes indistinguishable. Wait. Ollie Wands 2.2 lets you stream without showing your. Are we even gonna have girls on Twitch in 5 years? I feel like this could be it.
大家晚上好啊！今天发现了一种方法。
Yeah. We won't need them. This is it. We're all gonna be gay. Oh, true. They're gonna be streaming as guys. Wow. We're screwed. It becomes indistinguishable. Wait.
"大家好，我是明君。这次要去寻找一座听说是刻在山壁的巨大石像，号称台湾版的敦煌石窟。而且更特别的是，这座巨大神像居然是位在台北市啊！透过空拍还可以看到它与101同框的画面。这座巨大的神像是无极天王，实际位置可以 Google 天宝圣道宫。这里也是台北市松山路的尽头。
Hello， 各位，我是明君。今天我来到松山的天宝圣道宫，来寻找一尊非常大尊的雕像。它甚至有一个绰号叫做台版的敦煌石窟。然后我们在这个入口处呢，可以发现到另外一个东西，就是这一座触魂碑。
这座触魂碑是建于日本时代，原本位于大龙洞当时的屠宰场旁边，是为了安抚被宰动物灵魂。但更正确来说，是当时的人害怕宰杀了太多动物，所以盖了一座石碑来安抚动物灵，也安抚人们不安的心。台北现今还保留4座触魂碑。话说这里也是通往四兽山狮山的登山步道，站在这个步道口就可以看到巨大的神像就在上面。想问各位，先前有听过无极天王吗？如果没听过，好像也是挺正常的，毕竟台湾就是各种宗教信仰都有。光是佛教、道教就能分出各种不同的教派，而这些教派也会衍生出另一个神话或是宇宙。这就像是什么？像是七龙珠完结之后，后来又出了一个七龙珠 Z、七龙珠 GT， 后来又有一堆非官方的同人漫画。当你在和人讨论七龙珠的时候，就会不知道该用哪个版本的讨论。总之就是这样的错综复杂吧。在庙宇旁边的楼梯就可以看到写着无极天王的指标，眼前的巨石写着重兵器搬运，伤患后送，意思大概就是上去的路程不易行走，希望旅客量力而为吧。眼前的山神洞是依靠石头而建的小庙，望进去看可以看到石壁的部分，上面的匾额写着山神庙，神位上刻着普治山王神。山神庙后面可以看到小庙依靠的巨石，再往上走，从入口处约走了10分钟，就可以看到无极天王。这尊神像非常的大尊啊，那到底有多高呢？网络上查到的各种版本都有，我无法求证到底有多高，但大家可以从旁边2层楼的房子来参考，比对之后看起来大约是接近4层楼这么高啊。山壁被凿开，里面有一尊大神像，这画面看起来真的是挺惊人的。从空拍的角度来看，101刚好也可以入镜，总觉得这画面有些神奇啊，像是现代文明后面藏着一尊神一样的神奇画面啊。至于这尊神像到底是如何形成的，网络上只查到一篇文章，文章源自于民族晚报的报道，一位原本是经营糖果饼干生意的黄先生，来到了庙里修身养性， 后来得到了天意，毫无雕刻经验的黄先生靠着灵感与顿悟就开始着手雕刻，而且也没有打草稿，靠着神明的指示和帮助，就开始由上而下的雕刻。他搭了高架悬挂在山腰雕刻，历时8个月，耗资20几万，便完成了这样一座巨型壁刻的石像啊！我觉得这听起来真的有些不可思议啊！不知道其他石雕师傅听到会有什么想法呢？这就像是从没去过学校也没有读过书的人，去参加了大学考试，就考上了第1志愿，只因为他靠着毅力和天意写完了考卷，就考上了第1志愿。我只能说，天意果然是高深莫测啊！这个世界上有太多我不理解的事情。无极天王的旁边是祖母殿，房子的上方有2个雕像。我一开始远看的时候，还以为上面写着英文字母的 B， 我只能说我误会大了啊。接着我再往里面走去，凹下去的山壁里面4凤观音，以及旁边有一只粉红色，应该是鸟之类的生物或是神兽，粉红色的身体和蓝色的翅膀，这已经超出了我的理解范围。而且前方还有香炉，看来是有人在上香的。我对神明的认识浅薄，但对奇特神像和奇特雕像略知一二。这尊神像让我想到了这张照片啊。往一旁的小径走去，这里刻着《金刚经》，往上走是拜观音的地方，以及和一尊写着无极的金色石碑。这里也是依靠着高耸的山壁而建的。再往前走，听闻这里叫做弥陀园，这又是另一区了啊。我个人觉得这里分作好几区：天宝圣道宫、通明寺、无极天王、弥陀园。每一区看似有关联，却又好像各自为政。天宝宫的门牌下面写着通明寺，这真的让人有点不太理解啊。在前几年的新闻也有传出争产的争议，所以我可能是走在一个无法定义的地方吧，就像是眼前的物体。前方有着一个刻着佛的，我不知道是什么，远远看以为是香炉，但近看这个高度又不太像。这个也欢迎大家在底下留言解惑。无极天王的旁边还有一个挑高2楼的建筑，有着很高的龙柱，里面有一面很大的石壁，刻着无极天王令。这一面石壁也大约是2层楼高啊。总结一下心得只有2个字，就是奇观啊。巨型神像在台湾并不难见到，但这尊巨型神像的特别之处，除了是在石壁内之外，大家注意它的前面还有个香炉以及有个拜殿，所以这尊神像是真的有在供人上香跪拜的啊，而非纯粹享用的。这和其他的巨型神像有了极大的区别，所以我的心得就是奇观。好的，这次就说到这里，那我们下次见啦，拜。大家好，我是明君。上次因为拍摄台北101的影片，来到四兽山，当时非常惊讶，这座山到处都充满了宗教色彩，有庙宇一条街，隐藏于山林间的雕像，还有数不尽的落难神明。于是本期影片是探索四兽山的神秘雕像，以及寻找这片山头为什么会有这么多的宗教产物。这支影片让我们认识到四兽山除了是宗教、登山、矿坑遗迹之外，它还是位于繁华的信义区啊，这里就像是另一个世界一样。另外温馨的提醒，本集没有好口碑的双董，建议大家可以先去看他们的影片，再回来看本集影片。好口碑是地上的优质频道10分的分哦。Hello， 各位，我是明君，我又来到了天宝圣道宫这里。因为在上次我看完无极天王之后呢，我发现啊，整片四兽山上面的宫庙密度真的是高到不可思议啊！这个密度之高，根本就是像清境上面的民宿一样多，而且在上面的神像呢，也是超乎想象的多。然后我今天的起点呢，一样是在触魂碑这边开始走。门口的触魂碑在日本时代是放在大龙洞屠宰场，用来纪念因为人。由于 年代久远，有些雕像在现今看起来有些诡异，像这个降龙尊者，因为腋下有穿过，所以他才把右手举起来。而后面看出的这尊外表看起来保存良好，因为他坐在洞里，免于被雨水侵蚀的困扰。果然多看点书还是有用处的啊。往下走，这两尊也是坐在石壁山凹处，左边是开心尊者，开是动词，心是名词，打开心给你看，里面还有一个本我。当下我很好奇，怎么会有18罗汉坐落在山林小径呢？我遇见一个路过的山友，他跟我说，这里是属于天宝圣道宫的部分，连同对面的超巨大无极天王以及山腰的巨大至圣仙师，全都是天宝圣道宫的范围。而现今18罗汉和至圣仙师都像是被遗弃的区域。山友说，以前天宝圣道宫兴盛的时候，香客会先到宫内上香拜拜，再绕过来看18罗汉、无极天王。但我必须说，现在已经很难想象以前的盛况。目前连一旁的香炉都已经没有什么人在使用，香客则是直接在宽广的庙城前面烧金纸，这也是挺特别的画面啊。而目前18罗汉区是有善心人士维护的，所以有些雕像的油漆都还是鲜艳的。长眉尊者卧躺的姿势，手握自己的眉毛，眉毛的挑染可能是参考响尾蛇配色，旁边还有小人帮忙抬床，有只小人因为猜拳猜输了，所以还背着线香。我继续沿着小径走，虽然落叶有整理过的迹象，但有些山路已经有些倾斜。我发现这段危险的阶梯，这个结构怎么看都是不适合走上去啊，整体看起来比较像是装置艺术。接着是这段极为陡峭的阶梯，可能是因为有走山的缘故，阶梯有些变形。辛苦的走上去后，最上方有济公的雕像以及一座荒废的香炉。济公呆坐在这里，遥望遥远的101，跨年夜独自欣赏烟火，也算是清幽啦。济公旁边还有个坏掉的电灯座，很难想象以前这里晚上还会点灯啊！以前会有香客在晚上前来吗？再往前走，有一个雄伟壮阔的山壁，山壁上面镶着几尊浮雕，是个相当特别的景象。站在这里可以看到山壁、浮雕101，这应该算是真秘境吧。为了了解这座山头为什么充满了宗教色彩，我离开了天宝圣道宫的区域，经过了无极天王，来到了弥陀园。我对于弥陀园感到好奇，这里有逆向的万字，以及只有姚明才能使用的巨大香炉，还有一旁的手工金佛像。阳光洒落在这些金佛像上面，点点的光斑让金佛像散发出一股难以言喻的气息。我巧遇了从淡水搭车前来的资深玩家，他有30几年的经历。他说，弥陀园以前有尼姑在此修行，在没水没电的环境下刻苦生活，后来吸引了一些信众追随，有信众帮忙雕刻了佛像。而这些佛像之所以这么的不均商，是因为信众本身的专业就不是佛像雕刻，而下方的记录区域则是另一个人的作品。那为什么香炉会这么大，以及为什么有个相反的万字呢？资深玩家跟我说，这个是个人创作的自由。听到这里，我才知道，原来这里是艺术家的创作园区啊。而弥陀园原本修行的尼姑也已经离世，但仍有不少善心人士会来整理环境，还有诵经。另外，资深玩家也说到，弥陀园和无极天王中间有一个拜观音的区域，这则是属于另一个人的作品。我只能说，这里真的是宗教艺术园区哦，到处都充满了个人创作。话说，曾经有山友跟我说，有次他在四兽山迷路，遇到了一堆佛像和佛字，他还以为要被魔神仔带走了，越走越紧张，脑中出现了许多山野传奇的画面。看来佛像是否可以安抚人心，只在于想一念之隔。如果你在山区迷路，看到这么多佛像，你会感到害怕还是安心呢？欢迎在底下留言。那为什么四兽山会有这么多的宗教产物呢？频道观众 Jimmy A.K.A 大人哥有着丰富的登山经验，四兽山对他而言比他家的厨房还熟悉啊。他跟我说，信义区东南边的山区以前都是开采煤矿的，庙宇的兴起可能和矿坑有关。于是我深入了解，才发现原来以前信义区东南边的山区在日本时代就盛产煤矿，这里曾经有8个矿坑。 目前观光化保存最良好的是德兴煤矿。从洞口走进去，里面的山泉水简直就像在下雨一样啊！坑道十分的潮湿，虽然坑道大约只有16尺深，但走在里面真的是非常的有气氛哦。四周山其他地方也可以看到矿坑的遗迹，例如美的世界社区步道，这么直线的步道在山上是极少见的，所以推测这就是个台车轨道，而这个洗手台应该是当时矿工使用的。至于为什么矿坑收坑和庙宇的兴建有关呢？直到我发现松山一坑才理解这个现象。松山一坑在1982年收坑，目前是封坑的状态，而旁边的瑶池宫兴建于1986年。就是封坑后才有庙宇进驻。那为什么在信义区的矿坑要叫做松山一坑呢？是因为信义区曾是松山区的一部分，直到1990年才被划分出信义区。而关于矿坑收坑的原因，是因为后来开放低价的进口煤炭，再加上矿坑的意外频传，1984年1年内就将近300人死于矿灾，种种的因素导致台湾煤矿没落。四座山这一带的矿坑在1960至70间陆续收坑，像是核心炭坑是在1965年收坑的，而北台慈惠堂在1970年进驻。眼前的老建筑原本是矿坑事务所，而前方的树屋原本是放置矿坑机具使用，而后来变成了金龟洞，听说是求金龟续用的，但目前已经结束营业，只剩下金龟留在这里。目前仍有善心人士在整理。这片山头的奇特现象之一，就是总会有善心人士来整理环境啊。再往里面走，可以看到里面分成几个区域。这一区是北台军团部，里面祭拜各个历史武将以及72军团部，还有中华先贤和台湾先贤，算是各类的武将都有拜到。如果觉得还不够齐全，旁边还有宇宙巨玄宫。有伊斯兰教主、基督教主、佛教教主，像是拜拜吃到饱的概念。这里的3尊大型塑像应该是北台慈惠堂的部分，从一旁看起来像是70至80年代的雕像风格。往上走可以看到大尊的济公雕像，以及下面有2个红面观音。听说以前这一区有提供山友饮水休息，虽然现在已经没有了饮水站。但至少还有个八仙在笑脸迎人，我想这个笑容应该不曾改变过吧。核心炭坑是可以入内参观的，里面有坑道的相关介绍。坑道被政府单位打造成一个景点，外面还有一个蝙蝠洞。当地人说蝙蝠跟萤火虫一样，只有在特定的季节才会出现。当地人跟我说，当蝙蝠洞的字贴上去之后，他们才知道原来这里叫做蝙蝠洞。当然，也每个矿坑收坑之后都有庙宇进驻，有些矿坑还是有聚落居住在此，例如松山2坑，穿过民宅之后就可以看到坑口，坑口目前积水，水质清澈，有养几条鱼，整体看起来就像是一个矿坑造景的鱼池，而矿坑的守护神是史瑞克。匾额上的字迹完全模糊。这是松山2坑最早的坑口，因为矿坑挖到积水，所以在另一头又开凿松山2坑 2.0。2.0 矿坑目前是做停车场使用，平时里面还有停车，地上还有2块挡车子向后退的轮挡。2坑 1.0 像是一个矿坑造景的鱼池，而2坑 2.0 则像是一个矿坑造景的停车场。最后来到南端的金星煤矿，即使收耕之后，这里还是维持一个聚落的形态。目前矿坑口已经被树叶掩埋，完全看不出坑口在哪里啊！旁边还有一个水池在接天然的山泉水，这个真的也太天然了吧！总结以上，我觉得石兽山会有大量的庙宇进驻，的确和矿坑收坑空出多余的空地有部分的关联。了解完石兽山的矿坑与传统庙宇关联之后，接下来是探讨为何会有这么多的小庙在此。小庙是指有善心人士维护的区域，通常充满了手作感，像是先前提到的弥陀园。接下来我们来看这个充满手作感的小庙。这间小庙写着本光寺， 这个寺可能是全台北最小的寺吧。这是石头和水泥贝壳搭建而成的小庙，里面供奉各式各样不同风格的神像。由于风格差异极大，很有可能是落难神像，或者是家中的长辈过世被拿来放的神像。而这在四寿山也是再平常不过的景象。一旁有3个佛陀的石雕，下面写着孝顺父母。转过来又一间放着许多神像的小房子，再过来还有一座充满手作感的小塔。最后的结尾是一个私人的墓冢，墓冢前面还有忠犬守护神用哀怨的眼神看着我。我只能说这一区充满了强烈的手作风格，我只能心感佩服。就连这个椅子也是如此的手作风格，仿佛我的屁股就可以感受到创作者的手掌温度一样。本光寺的门帘写着"世界国泰民安，宇宙风调雨顺"，由此可见，小小的石头庙宇祈福的野心是宇宙等级的。话说，宇宙会刮风下雨吗？在四寿山上，落难神明的小庙可以说是相当常见。例如这间铁皮屋里面的神像也是非常的多，就像是在开同学会一样。拇指山峰下的无极皇帝所供奉的神像也是逐年增加中，后面有一尊都已经是风化的状态了。而在上方的山壁上，则是镶满了各种的石碑，像是在比谁更高一样啊。另外，我意外发现了这间土地公庙，旁边的石板小庙应该是最早期的样子，而早期供奉的石头已经被放置到了新庙里面。而小庙里面，我靠近一看，居然是一个小雕像进驻啊！这个画面太奇妙了，让我无法言喻。接着是这间万善祠，是这座山头难得一见的阴庙，里面放着一个瓮，应该是善心人士把无主尸体整理到瓮里，再摆到石头下遮风避雨。但特别的是，瓮的旁边还放着一个塑胶子，莫非这是卡斯当的做法吗？另外，我也看到隐藏在山中的大佛，现场看有些惊人啊！怎么会想在这么隐蔽的地方雕刻大佛呢？只能说这座山头根本就是素人的宗教创作园区。除了雕刻佛像外，这里也到处都有人在刻字。最有名的刻字莫过于95峰。95峰的名字由来是在1976年的时候，杨森将军以95岁的高龄登上峰顶，因此而把这里命名为95峰。另外，杨森将军最有名的并不是登上峰顶，而是娶了12位的妻子，生下了43位子女。最后一任妻子是在杨森90岁的时候娶了17岁的女子，隔年还生下一女。90岁对17岁，我只能说真的是太夸张了吧。总之，对于山上的小型庙宇，我实在无法定义。我的心得是，就是有许多素人喜欢在山上创作。对于四寿山充满了各种宗教色彩，我很好奇当地人的看法。我问了2位久住在此的当地人，他们都是矿工的后代。他们对于后来进驻的庙宇并没有认同感，因为他们认为山上的土地公庙才是当地的信仰。在早期阿公那一辈还在挖矿的时候，他们就已经在拜这些土地公和山神庙，而山神庙是这一区的特别信仰，本质上和土地公庙类似，一样是保佑矿工在矿坑工作可以平安归来。这集探访了四寿山，让我用信仰的观点来了解这个山头，但我觉得过程比较像是登山客啊。最后分享一下，这座山有个特别的日式碉堡，目前已经被改装成投币式 KTV。有人跟我介绍，这里有个被封闭的隧道，以前可以走到山下的奉天宫。听到这里，我想我对于这个山头是越来越难理解了。有登山、矿坑、庙宇、宗教园区、日式碉堡，如此拼贴的文化，我只能说非常的台湾。如果你现在问我四寿山为何会有这么多的宗教元素，我想答案就是因为这里是台湾吧。好的，那这次影片就说到这里，我们下次见啦，拜。大家好，我是明君。山不在高，有仙则名；庙不在大，有神则灵。许多庙都建在一些很特别的地方，例如高山或是洞窟，似乎与世隔绝，才能借此显现出与世俗凡人的有所区别。但与世俗隔绝的定义是什么？现今来看，应该是指没有网络的地方吧。于是今天来带大家看我家的地下室。虽然没有什么仙气，但湿气保证有。在看完地下室之后，这一集要来 来看的是新北市地的大罗上仙府，来寻找为什么要把庙盖在这么奇特的位置，这是本集台湾真奇妙的内容。要去大罗上仙府，首先先抵达石碇刘伯温庙，然后从对面的小径开始走。Hello， 各位，我们又要开始登山喽。刚才下面的告示牌说走上去要40分钟，那就让我走看看吧，看是不是真的40分钟。然后它还有特别注明，这个是1600阶的阶梯，想必1600阶这个也只是一个漂亮的数字吧。根据我的测试，如果没有休息的话，大约25分钟就可以抵达。而1600阶，在我询问香客之后，发现这只是一个名词，意思就是这里未必有1600阶。这就像是第1家咸酥鸡和第1名火鸡肉饭，也未必是第1名和第1家是一样的概念啊。眼前这条路并不只是通往大罗上仙府的步道，也是一条登山步道。往上走可以直达皇帝殿的东峰。庙宇在登山步道上确实是有些累人啊。想要参拜的人需要消耗点体力才能抵达，让我不禁思考，如果一间庙要追求香火鼎盛的话，那应该是设立在交通方便的地方才是啊。位在这么一般人难以到达的原因到底是什么呢？我抱着疑问继续向上走，在路上还发现了猴子。身为一个高雄市民，看过无数柴山猕猴，我警觉性的注意身上有没有塑胶袋，但好在它只是只普通的猴子。他爬他的树，我走我的路。刚才还有看到猴子，让我不禁思考，他会跟我抢东西吗？我想这就是身为高雄市民的共同记忆吧。然后目前还在持续的向上爬中。我觉得想要在这里拜拜，烧一炷清香，需要耗费相当大的体力呀。还有毅力。看到龙德门，基本上就快到了。这个石壁上写着"超凡入圣，莅莅感召"，我觉得可以走到这里的人，的确都有超凡入圣的毅力啊。